Hello! What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Monday stream. Finally back home. Finally able to stream from home again. Very happy about that. Hope everyone is doing fine. How are you, Josh? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I am, I mean, of course, I'm busy this month. Relatively stressed with the World Championship coming up. We have to submit our deck lists in, I think it's like about 2 weeks. So, you know, I'm busy, but it's a good kind of busy, if you know what I mean. Like I feel like there's different kinds of busies, and this is the one that you can't really complain about, you know? So yeah. But yeah, no, it's nice. It's just that the only thing, I guess, that once again, this is not a real problem. This is not a real thing to complain about, but like I would love to be able to play more TCG at the moment, because I think Justice Hunter's format is looking so sick. I think I said that last week already, but like I'm like hyper focused on Master Duel right now. I've been looking into the TCG a little bit, and we will do a little bit of it today on stream as well. But like I just think Justice Hunters is so awesome, and I'm not able to fully enjoy it because in the back of my head, even when I am checking out like TCG content or like playing around with the cards myself, it's in the back of my head. It's always like, you know, Master Duel Worlds is coming up, but once again, this is me complaining about playing in Master Duel Worlds, which is not really something to complain about. But yeah, anyways, we have a ton of new cards to take a look at today as well, because a bunch of stuff was revealed over the course of the weekend, and I believe on Friday as well. So that's going to be fun. We're going to take a look at a little bit of the TCG results from Justice Hunters, like I said, because I am very hyped about the format. We're going to take a look at some regional results from the first 2 weekends of Justice Hunters results. Just like, you know, K9 Vanquish Soul, of course, Yummy. I think those are more like standardized decks, but also Dracotail, I think, has been seeing a decent amount of success in the TCG, which I'm really hyped about because that's my favorite out of the three. And then I also, because we need some YouTube content, we're going to do a tier list later as well with my first impression of the new TCG format, because those always do well. And I think it's a good time to make one of those. Of course, it's gonna be my first impression. I haven't like played the format a crazy amount. I have played it though, so I think that's gonna be fun. And then once all that is done, we're gonna be doing Master Duel as well. So like today is literally everything, right? Today we're doing a little bit of everything. So without let's warm up so people can assemble. And then we get started. But yeah, today is a kind of everything day. You think Mitsu Orchest is good? I think it's a good deck. I don't think it's like a top tier deck in the new format, but it's 100% playable. Like I think if that's the deck you vibe with the most, you can. All right, let's get some cards. First things first. This is Pranket's Place, right? No? Oh, Ojama Country. They look kind of similar. Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. Ooh. Nah. Don't know what that is. It's like, I think it's Steel Swarm related. I'm not sure, because that looked like Steel Swarm Roach, but obviously that wasn't the card. This feels familiar. What is that? Water Omotics? Good thing we started on that Zoom and didn't not somewhere else. Plunder. Is that Jord? No. Then Merc. No. Okay, Bran. Oh god, come on. Which one is it? Liss? Okay. Jesus. There wasn't many left. This feels like a ZW card. I feel like I've seen this card before, but I have no idea what it's called. It was a ZW. Okay, well, we had that down. Unfortunately, we get no points for that. Is that a penguin? No. It's a Kuribo, but which one? Kurivolt? Not a good start. I will say it. That is Exploder Dragon. Cool card. Is that a Hex Sealed Fusion, maybe? No. What is this? Feels familiar, though. Oh, no. Manticore of Darkness? No. Element Doom, yeah. What is going on here? I have no idea. Heraldry Change. Okay. Alright, come on, man. Give me some... Give me something. Elixir of Black Awakening. Cold Feet. That is a Fabled. Fabled, I think it's this one. No. Fabled Ruby? Ruby Ruda? Oh. Performapal Star over there. But unfortunately, you can't see much of the actual monster. Oh god, who is that? Performapal. There's so many. I have no chance. Card Gardener? Card Gardener. Okay. Why does it feel so familiar, but yet I have no idea what it's called? Lizard Soldier. That's old, right? John Turtle? Oh, Wind Effigy. Snake Rain. Oh, it's giga old. I know. I've seen it. It's like armor cannon or like with armor. Insect armor with laser cannon. Yeah, that one. Divine Wind, maybe? I think that is Divine Wind. Well. Ooh, that is the Insect Vanilla. Oh, they played it sometimes. Neo Insect, I think? Neo... Ah, come on! Neo Bug! That's the one. Not Insect, yeah. Samorg. I think that is the original Samorg, which is... this one? No. Divinity? No. Calamity? No. Oh my god. Bird of Perfection? No. Beginning? No. Oh my god. Protection? Jesus. I'm losing my mind. Wait, which one was it? Oh, okay, Lord of the Storm. How many points did I even get for that? Probably like 1. Red Eyes Wyvern. Gen X Neutron. I think that's Tsukuyomi. Yeah. The evil hero Infernal Prodigy, right? Yeah. It looks like Wind Up, but I think it's a spell, and I have no idea what the Wind Up spell traps are called, except for Factory. Overwind, okay, or Overwind. No. Dust Storm of Gusto. Alright. I have seen this one. Is it also a Performapal? Gentlemander? No, just Gentlemander, yeah. It looks like a Performapal a little bit, but it doesn't have the stars in the back that Performapals have. I don't know what that's called. Bounty. I see what you did there. Man! Plasma Ball. Yeah, I know him. WoW Warrior? Yeah. Constellar. Constellar. Constellar Sheraton? Yeah. Who are these little guys? I've never seen these. Rainbow Zo! Oh god, the Wicked Eraser. It's an ice barrier monster. Which means I skip it. Prior of the ice barrier. Ooh, is this an appliancer? No. Oh, it's Honeybot? No. Binary Sorceress, yeah. One of the early links. Back when they weren't broken yet. Well, some of them still were. This is Dark World. But what is this? Genta. Ah! It's John Turtle again. Harold of Herald, like the shining one, the Pure Light, Herald of Pure Light. A tomb. Exosister. Magnifica, right? No, it's Michaelis. Michaelis. Yeah. Odd Eyes Revolution Dragon. Off Eyes. Odd Eyes Revolution Dragon. Yeah. The one where like nothing on this card is once per turn when everything should be. Something mosquito, right? Smoke mosquito? Yeah. Righto. This feels familiar, but I think this is an Insector card. Which are always like weirdly named, the spell traps. Zektron? Oh, no. Zect. Final Insection? Oh, it kind of looked like that. Never seen this in my life. Wolf in sheep's clothing. No. I knew exactly. It's like oh, Strike Slash could be. Yeah. Yeah. Is that Laplacian? Oh. Unfortunately, I am familiar with that card. That is Ultimate Offering or Ultimate Offering. Okay. Well, we made it to 700. That could be Burst Rebirth. But it's not actually. Nope, it's not. Yeah, it's a little washed. It's a little washed. But the start was terrible, so I'm not too mad about it. Yeah. Well. It is what it is. What's your record? Oh, I think we've done... Have we done 1200 before? We've definitely done 1100. But only like once or twice. I don't know if we've... We may have gotten 1200 once. But that was an insane run. Good morning, Quantal, my captain. How are you doing today? We are looking for... Everything is bigger. Higher level, higher attack, higher defense, and higher year than Rongo. So we are looking for... We are looking for Poseidra. From the year 9999. Okay. Surprisingly, it was not the year 9999. Higher level than 7. Not just an effect monster. So, 2800 attack. We're looking for a pendulum or a synchro. Because it can't be an exceed. It can't be a link monster because it has defense points. A synchro. What's a synchro 8 with 2800 attack? A synchro 8 with 2800 attack. Omega. Oh, but that was 2015? Omega is 10 years old? Shut up. I thought it was like 16 or 17. Okay, it's not a light monster. And we did confirm it was a synchro at least. So it's earth, fire, or wind. Isn't the Sword Soul 2800 attack? No, but that's level 10. The one that's not Shishao, the one that's the evil Longyan is a level 10, right? Earth, wind, fire. Is there a Speedroid Synchro 8 maybe? Like one of the clear wings? Axel Stardust is 2500, right? Yeah. Axel Stardust is 2500. Kite Drake? That's 3000. Magic-Key? That's a fusion. You know what? It was a good guess. Actually, no, it was not a good guess. It had too much defense. But now we know it's not a fire. It's wind or earth. What about... Oh, is Diabolantis an earth? No, it's dark. Battle Wasp. Battle Wasps do have synchros. Ah, it was a Battle Wasp. Hama the Conquering Bow. Can't really say I've seen that card before. Well, I've probably seen it somewhere, but... this was not an easy one today. Definitely not. Not an easy one. All right. I take credit. Yeah, well done. All right. Now, let us get going. Now, the plan for today, I've already said it earlier, but I'm happy to be back home and able to stream from home again. So we are catching up with a lot of things that were coming out over the last couple of days, mainly new cards, of course. And then once we've done that, it's not going to take that long, but like it's going to take a little bit because there's a couple of exciting things that were announced. We're going to take a little bit of a look at the current TCG format. I know, I should be super hyper focused on Master Duel right now, but like the TCG format just seems so fun that I do want to take a little bit of a look at it. I don't want to lose touch completely with the current TCG format because Justice Hunters seems like a great format. So I really want to check it out. But then, of course, once we are done with that, we are also going to hop into Master Duel and play some Master Rank. I haven't hit Master 1 yet, so we can't do rated duels just yet. But I figured in preparation for Worlds, I'm just gonna play a couple of different meta decks and try to reach Master 1 as fast as I can today because I want to get that done. Before we hop into any of the new cards, let me thank some of the subs that we've just gotten during the warm-up. I appreciate all of you guys. Lily Sia, thank you for the Prime, the first-time Prime as well. Appreciate that. Universal Up, thank you for the 22 months. Porygon Prototype, Rudy, Liritar, thank you for the 15. Please, thank you for the 20. Foxy Elemental, thank you for the 24. Amazing, thank you for the 19. Loimas, thank you for the 20. Chris, thank you for the 33. I appreciate all of you guys. Did you play T2 Trials yesterday? I did play T2 Trials yesterday, yeah. I did play T2 Trials yesterday, yeah. We won. I think we should be guaranteed to make it out of group stages because we are 4-0 right now. There's only 6 rounds in the group stage, so I think we should be fine. But yeah. All right. So we're gonna go in a little bit of a chronological order, but the first card I'm going to take a look at, I believe this is the first one I missed. This one is, I think, the oldest. It is the new Dogmatika monster that was announced for the V-Jump already. I believe we had the artwork already, but we have not seen the effect yet. Now we do know the effect, and it is Chaplain Dogmatika Chaplain. I don't know exactly how you pronounce it. Chaplain? Dogmatika Chaplain? Chaplain? I have no idea. Level 8 light spellcaster. I think Chaplain is correct. 2000, 2000. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If a monster special summoned from the extra deck is on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned from the hand, you can make each player send a monster from their extra deck to the graveyard. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target a Dogmatika card in your grave, except Dogmatika Chaplain added to your hand. This reminds me of Dogmatika Maximus. A little bit. If the first effect was a quick effect, it'd be crazy for sure, because then it would be an interruption against basically every deck in the game. I think it's not always better than Maximus, right? Because Maximus, you can send 2 cards, which sometimes is better. However, of course, the biggest difference here is that it does not lock you if you use it, and then you can also. It also gives you recursion later on, right? If you play it in a Dogmatika deck with multiple Dogmatika cards, you can add like a punishment back to your hand or something, which is also neat, right? It lets you get that a little bit of extra value later on in the turn or in the game. In general, I think in a pure dedicated Dogmatika deck, this card is probably a little bit worse than Maximus, right? Because if you play like a Dogmatika deck, you don't really care about being locked from the extra deck. And also, funnily enough, I think for Dogmatika decks, it's a little bit easier to fulfill the condition for Maximus than to fulfill this condition, right? Because the condition for Maximus is you have to banish the extra deck monster from your graveyard, which is easier if you consider cards like Nadir Servant, right? Like if you go Nadir Servant, you are locked out of the extra deck, and then you can't really search this because it's not going to be possible for you to summon an extra deck monster. You know what I mean? Like it's a little weird in that sense. However, this makes this potentially a really good card in like other decks because it doesn't lock you, right? Like if you ever play a deck that can easily go into a Link 1, you could just summon this and get a free draw from Garura, or when you're going second, you can just start with this playing into a board and send an Entis or something. It's a neat card in this sense, right? Doesn't strike me as anything super powerful though. Like if anything, this is a balanced card, I think. Nothing too crazy here, but I do think it's a generically solid card, I would say. Right? It's kind of like an alternative for Diviner of the Herald. Is it really? Because it's like it doesn't play on its own, right? It's like, yeah, you can play it in Voiceless Voice, but then you have to already draw a starter that can go into a Link 1 to be able to summon this. Otherwise, it's kind of weird. It's not. I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't think it's a replacement for like a 1-card combo in your Voiceless Voice deck, right? It can search Shaddoll Fusion going second. It can do that. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to talk about the possibilities of sending a monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. We all know that there is a decent amount of things you can do with that, whether you're going first or second. When you're going first, you can like draw a card with Garura, or you can search a card with Herald of the Arclight, or you can set up other things. But and then when you play into a board, you can send Aggregator, you can send Elder Entity Entis, you can send the Shaddoll App Cologne and search for Shaddoll Fusion. All these things are possible, which is neat. So I like this, you know? I like this because it's not too broken. But it's also not bad. It's just a solid Yu-Gi-Oh card that you can think of a lot of different uses for, you know? Like it's not gonna come out and completely change the game forever or whatever, but it's just a good card. It's just solid. I think it's a good start to today's reveal. I think it's all right. And next up, we have the Megatin reveal. All right, and the Megatins in general for this year, let me just say a thing or two. They've started to roll out announcements for the Megatins every day, basically. Every day they've been dropping a couple of cards from the Megatins. For the most part, those have obviously been reprint announcements, right? Like the Megatins are obviously basically 99% reprints. So for the most part, we haven't really been reacting to it. because most of the things that are in there have been expected to be in there. I want to say it feels like they are trying to make the mega tins better this year than they were last year, which, to be fair, the bar for that is relatively low. But in terms of reprints, they've obviously announced a bunch of the reprints that we were expecting in there anyways. One thing that I thought was particularly nice about the announcements was like I really liked some of the starlights they've announced for the tins, because you get one starlight in every tin. And some of them have been pretty cool rarity upgrades, like the Bastials, for example, are starlights that I'm looking forward to. I think that's cool. However, when I say they are making the megatins better than last year, at least that's what it seems like. Better than last year does not necessarily make it good, okay? Like, better than last year does not necessarily mean great, right? Better than last year could still be average, because last year was eh. And so one of the things that could make this year's tin better is if they have exclusive promos or new cards that are very impactful. And one of those cards we can take a look at today, and that is Queen of the Blazing Domain, which has been making the rounds on social media already, because it was announced a few days ago, actually, 2 days ago. And it is a new TCG exclusive card in the Megatins as a Prismatic Secret Rare. I don't know. I think from the looks of it, you can just pull it in your packs. It's not going to be like a promo like Nibiru was back in the day. I think it is just a card in the set. It is a very cool looking card, I will say that. It is a level 9 Dark Pyro, 3000 attack, 2500 defense. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. If this card is in your hand, you can target up to 2 cards you control, including a face-up spell trap. Destroy them, and if you do, special summon this card. If you destroyed 1 card, return this card to the hand during the end phase of the next turn, or if you destroyed 2, this card gains this effect instead. Any monster sent from the field to your opponent's graveyard is banished instead. You can only use this effect of Queen of the Blazing Domain once per turn. Now, this card, personally, I've seen a lot of buzz about this card online, where people have been saying, oh no, it's a TCG exclusive Floodgate, and it's so good for Ashen, and so on and so forth. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really see this card being that good. So okay, 2 things. As a generic card, this card I think is not good. I don't think this is a good card in a generic deck. You know, like, you're not gonna play this in any deck. And I'll tell you something. This card only does something going first when you can already put 2 cards onto the field that you want to destroy, just for it to be basically a Shen that you can special summon for a -2 in like a generic deck, right? Which, under no circumstances, you're gonna do that. You're not gonna main deck a card that basically does nothing going second. You're not going to main deck a card that you have to go first for, and then it's like, it's not even, look, this is not a bad effect, this part. But if you've ever played against a Shen, you know the difference between playing against Shen or a Macrocosmos or something like that. This is for all, you know, with all the Floodgate effects that we have in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, this is one of the more tame ones. Which is good, by the way. You know, it's good that this card is not a crazy Floodgate, but that unfortunately also means that it's probably not a great card. You know, this card I think is just, in a generic sense, I think it's mediocre. And then so the only thing that I think is left for it is basically Ascent, right? Because this card clearly seems targeted at Ascent, right? It's a Pyro Dark monster, which I believe makes it searchable in Ascent as well. I think like the Chaotic Elements card can also search it. So it also helps you because Ascent is a deck that you can actually get a benefit in Ascent out of destroying your own cards, right? So like you can easily search it in Ascent, and you can like pop your field spell and stuff like that, right? Yeah, there's multiple cards in Ascent that can search it, and so I will say that much. In Ascent, I can see people playing this card, maybe as a one-of, just as an option to search it. to like pop your stuff. Like you can pop your Obsidian and get going that way and so on and so forth. I could see that. However, I don't think this is like. I mean, maybe it makes Ascent better. Maybe it does make Ascent better. Maybe it really does. I have no idea, because like it's an interesting card, especially in combination with VODs, because it cannot be destroyed by card effects. So when you blow up a VODs that you have given to your opponent beforehand, this survives and everything else is banished. Right? Your opponent's cards get banished. So like you can still send your own VODs to your graveyard, but like all of their stuff gets banished, which is cool. I think this is a cool card for Ascent. Generically, I think this card is not very good. Mainly because the floodgate effect is just not worth it. Like if you're not gonna main deck this, like I said earlier, and even when you're side decking, like it's so much easier, unfortunately, by the way. Unfortunately, it is so much easier to side deck better floodgates for going first that are easier to set up. Is the unfortunate truth about this. I wish that wasn't the case. I really wish that wasn't the case. But this is not something you're gonna see in regular Yu-Gi-Oh decks. You know, like you can just side deck Dimensional Fissure or Macrocosmos or whatever, and it's gonna be much easier, which is unfortunate. Or different Dimension Ground or whatever. You know, Protoss, all this stuff. You know, is an unfortunate truth. By which I am not saying that they should have given this a better floodgate effect. I think the solution is to just make cards good without making them floodgates. Ever thought about that? I think that's the better way to go. But yeah, this card is probably cool in Ascent. Whether it solves so many problems in Ascent that it's now a playable deck, I kind of doubt it. But I guess it's cool to see that they're trying. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, Ascent was a deck that was pretty highly anticipated because of its cool artworks and everything, and like the theme of the deck is cool, and so I guess it's cool that they keep trying to make support for it, and they're not just like giving up on it, because people really were looking forward to Ascent at the time, and so I guess that's good news in that sense. And I do think it fits into an Ascent deck. I do think in an Ascent deck you probably play at least one copy because it's highly searchable and it does trigger some of your effects and it has synergies in the deck. So I do like that about it, you know? I hope it's support for all TCG decks. Goaty is genuinely fixable with one card. I guess that's true. We don't know. Have they announced anywhere how many new cards we're going to get in the 2025 Mega Pack? Or is this just like they've dropped one randomly and we don't know exactly how many there are, right? Because from what I know, we don't know how many they will be. And like that could be a cool concept of making the Megatins a little bit more attractive to the player base. Whether it's competitive or casual player base, depending on the deck, of course, but like putting more, let's call it legacy support for some of the TCG exclusive archetypes into the Megatins as new TCG exclusives, I think is a cool concept, you know? Like I think every Ascent player is, all two of them are happy that this card is in there. And then if they make like one for Goatee or one for other TCG exclusives in the past that haven't quite gotten to the top meta like yet, then I think that'd be a cool concept as well, right? Yeah, all right. So that's Queen of the Blazing Domain. Next up, we have Enneacraft. This is something I was looking forward to a lot, not because I think it's going to be good, but because I am wondering how they're going to make it work. Because Enneacraft was announced as a flip monster archetype, which that already made me skeptical, okay? It already made me skeptical that it's a flip monster archetype because, of course, we all know how unplayable the flip monster mechanic is in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And not only that, they also made them pendulums. So I wonder where that's gonna go, really. There's nothing left to say that I'm super excited to see how they are going to try to make this work and whether I actually think it's going to be playable. Let's see. We have Enneacraft Alpha Orgia, level 1 Earth Machine, Pendulum, Pendulum Scale 0, Pendulum Effect. You can only use the second Pendulum Effect of this card's name once per turn. Each time a monster is flipped face up, place a Synquisition counter on this card. You can pay 900 life points, reveal 3 Enneacraft cards from your deck. Your opponent randomly picks one for you to add to your hand. Also shuffle the rest back into the deck. Okay, so that's a consistency card right off the bat. It reminds me of Clifford Scout. Maybe, yeah, it reminds me of Clifford Scout. Monster Effect. You can reveal this card in your hand, special summon a monster from your hand in face down defense position. You cannot special summon the turn you activate this effect except in face down defense position. Okay, now this, I want to say something about this this phrase right here, because I've seen people on social media already. I've tried to avoid the specific effects of the cards, but people on social media have been making fun of the fact that this deck is supposed to be a pendulum deck, or it's a pendulum archetype that can't pendulum summon, because if you use any of their effects, you are locked out of pendulum summon, basically, because you cannot special except in face down defense position. Which I'm gonna be honest with you, whether or not I think that these cards are good or not will have nothing to do with the fact that they can't pendulum summon, because I think that is not a problem whatsoever. I personally, and I've said this before, you guys know this, I don't think, or like, I really like when they make use of the pendulum mechanic in unique ways, because pendulum is so much more than scale, pendulum summon 10 monsters and combo like crazy. Pendulum, if you really think about it, fundamentally, pendulum is a really interesting mechanic, because pendulum allows cards to be monsters and spell cards at the same time, which from a game design perspective has a lot of potential that they have just never really done something with, which is, I think, very frustrating, because just think of how many things you can do by making a monster, like, or by making a card that can be used in monster form and in spell form, which is super unique and super cool. And they could use it to so much potential, like so many engine requirements, for example, that you play in certain decks that are monsters that you never want to draw because you're like, you want to summon them out of your deck or whatever. You could have made those pendulum monsters and gave them like an effect in the pendulum scale that makes them not completely useless when you draw them, for example. Or cards like, I mean, my favorite example for this, whenever we talk about this, is Archfiend Eccentric, which had multiple uses, whether you wanted to summon it or put it in scale. And so basically, don't treat this as a pendulum archetype, okay? This is not supposed to be a pendulum archetype. All it is that it's a flip archetype, but all the flip monsters have bonus effects in the spell trap zone. You can use them as spell cards if you want to. Like this one, for example, you can either use its monster effects, or you can just put it in the scale and it's Rhoda, basically, right? I mean, it's Rhoda with some flavor, but, you know, which is really cool utility. And so I don't care that this deck can't pendulum summon. I honestly think it's good. I think that's a good design trait. I think just giving cards bonus effects by making them pendulum is fine. Anyways, reveal this card in your hand, special a monster from your hand face down defense position. You cannot special summon except in face down defense position. Okay, of course that's very limiting in terms of the restriction here. When your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand, quick effect, you can change this set card to face up defense position. Add an Enneacraft card from your deck to your hand. If this card is flipped face up, destroy a monster your opponent controls. Oh, this feels illegal. Anyone else feel like this feels illegal to just activate a face down monster's effect? I mean, technically, now that I'm thinking about it, it's not different than flipping up a trap card. You know what I mean? It's not that different in terms of like your opponent activates a monster effect and you're like, okay, I'll activate my face down Solemn Strike. But something about this just it's like one of those things that feel illegal but definitely aren't. Because, like, okay, yeah, I mean, instead of flipping up your face down trap card, you're just gonna flip up your face down monster card, I guess. So they kind of work like trap cards, I guess, right? They work like trap cards, but you can technically immediately activate them on your first turn, right? Like you set it to your field basically, and then yeah, okay. I mean, okay. Just look at what we have here first. We're going to go through all of them, of course, but in this first card already, we have a monster that can be placed into the Pendulum Zone, and then it's basically Cleaford Scout, which is a good pendulum effect to have. You know, pay 900, search for a card from your deck, that's fine. And then in hand, you get to special summon any monster from your hand in face-down defense position, not itself necessarily. Also, you guys have pointed out, none of this is once per turn. So you can technically, if you have this one in your hand, you can reveal it and special your entire hand face down, like multiple times, multiple monsters. What you do with those then is you know, the question, I guess. But okay. So and then if your opponent plays into this, you go +2, right? When your opponent activates a monster effect in hand, you're going to flip it face up, you're going to add a card, and you're going to then destroy a monster on the field in a new chain. Okay, sure. I mean, honestly, I think I need to get the full picture first. We have Alazonia, also a level 1 Earth Machine, also a scale 0. Also has, each time a monster is flipped face up, place a counter on this card. You can pay 900, reveal 3 Enneacraft, your opponent randomly. Oh, do they all have this? Do they all have the scale effect? Now that's neat. That is neat. That means every single one of your cards can be a Rhoda. That makes the deck probably hyper consistent. The small ones? Oh, okay. Well, there's more. Okay, but still, I mean, that's going to be a significant amount of consistency boosters. All right. You can reveal this card in your hand, special a monster from your hand in face down defense position. You can't. Oh, they all have this too. Okay. When your opponent activates. Oh, but they have different conditions. Because so far, this entire block of text is the same on both of these. When your opponent activates a card or effect that includes adding a card from deck to hand, quick effect, you can change this set card to face up defense position, add an Enneacraft card from your deck to your hand. You know what I like about this? They don't negate the thing that your opponent is trying to do. I think in general, this is a very healthy interaction. Like, they go +2 when your opponent does the thing, but they don't negate that thing. At least not the small ones. Yet. I mean, okay, sure. I guess from that, they will have a negate later. Change this set card to add an Enneacraft from your deck to your hand. Okay. So what I... Oh, this is so hard. It's so hard to evaluate because they work so differently from any other Yu-Gi-Oh deck so far. But I do think that's fun. I do think these are fun to think about because they're so different. It's so weird, but it's also kind of fun to think about. But I kind of just want to keep reading before I draw conclusions because it's going to be impossible to guess. To evaluate. Okay, we have Tromaria. I'm just quickly glancing over to see if the first effect is the same. The counter, pay 900, reveal 3. Okay. Reveal this card in your hand, special a monster from your hand. Yes. When your opponent activates a card or effect that includes special summoning a monster, you can change this card to face up defense. So they all have, when your opponent does something, they have different conditions. Then you can flip it up. Then you always add an Enneacraft card from your deck to your hand. And then they have a flip effect that's also different. Right? So this one is banish a random card from your opponent's hand. This one is negate the effects of a monster. And this one is destroy a monster. All different conditions. And different effects then. Okay. Then we have Okneria. Which is also the counter, also the reveal and add. Reveal this card in your hand, special summon. When your opponent activates a card effect in the grave or banishment, quick effect, change this card, add an Enneacraft. If this card is flipped face up, shuffle up to 3 cards from your opponent's grave and or banishment into the deck. Okay, graveyard interruption. The problem with this one in general, I mean, they all have this problem, I guess, is that you are responding to an effect and then they get flipped face up and then the new effect activates in a new chain, which means that, for example, when your opponent activates a grave, like Fabled Lurry in the graveyard to bring itself back, you can chain this to flip it up, but then once this effect activates, the Lurry is already out of the graveyard. You know what I mean? Like the Lurry is already gone, right? It's they are very slow in the way they interact. But okay. I want to say these small ones, because I do see we have a big one next. The small ones, I think, are a solid baseline for what the deck is going to be, because that means we have 4 small Enneacrafts, and that's basically, the deck has 12 Rhodas, right? Just respond to track then? Yeah, but you can't do that because this one only triggers when something in grave or banishment is activated. It doesn't work like that. They don't all, if they would be more powerful if they could react to anything, but they can only react to a specific thing, right? Okay, next up, we have Leon. Each time a monster is flipped face up, place a Syncquisition counter on this card. At the end of the battle phase, okay, this one's different. At the end of the battle phase, if you have an Enneacraft card in your other pendulum zone, you can target a monster your opponent controls with lower attack than this card, destroy it. Okay. You can reveal this card in your hand, special a monster. Okay. When your opponent activates a card or effect in response to the activation of your card or effect, you can change this set card to face up defense, return up to 3 cards on the field to the hand. Okay. Now, this one doesn't add. This one straight up just non-target bounces 3. Okay. Each time a card is added to your opponent's hand by their card effect, while you control this monster flipped face up, inflict 900 damage to them for each. Okay. Kind of nuts. I mean, let me finish reading all of them, because I'm starting to get an idea of how this deck is supposed to be played, but I want to read all the cards first. We have Pixia. Each time a monster counter. At the end of the battle phase, if you have an Ennea card in your other, target a monster your opponent controls. Okay, literally also the same. This is, I guess this is fine, because all of these are very similar. This makes, I thought about this. This makes decks somewhat easier to get into if a lot of the effects are repetitive. Because then you don't have to especially with Pendulum, right? You know, like you don't have to remember like 20 different effects. It's just like all the baby ones have the same Pendulum effect and all the big ones have the same Pendulum effect so far. So all you have to remember is like 2 different effects, right? You can reveal this card in your hand, special amounts from your hand. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a card you control, quick effect. Change this set card to face up defense position, negate that effect, then you can banish 1 random card from your opponent's hand face down. Okay. When your opponent targets, you negate it, then banish a random card from your opponent's hand face down, which is obvious. This is very powerful if you get to do this. The thing about all of these cards are that they all have different conditions. So I think the fun part about this is like, how are you going to, like, your opponent can obviously play around this, right? The problem is that these cards are high level. Your opponent will know they are there. Not really, right? Because what I'm thinking is if you have, let's say you have a hand of literally 5 Enneacraft monsters, okay? You can just use one of them to summon all the others without showing them, right? So like they only know the one you show them over and over again, but they don't know the other ones, right? So you kind of have to, like, playing against this deck seems like you're gonna have to really maneuver around the info that you have, and then like it's a lot of risk management, right? It's like you have to basically have to be like, okay, I know they could have the target one, or they could have the graveyard effect one, or they could have the hand effect one. So how do I maneuver around this the best possible way without knowing exactly what they have? Which there is going to be skill to that a little bit. Your opponent cannot target cards on the field or in the grave with card effects while you control this monster flip face up. Okay, and then we have, oh, this is the big whale they announced already. Okay. Enneacraft Atori F. Mar. Each time a monster is flipped, place a counter. We still don't know what the counters do at all, by the way. At the end of the battle phase, if you have a card, an Enneacraft, target monster with lower attack, okay, same effect. Reveal this card special summon. When your opponent activates a card or effect on the field during your turn, change this set card to face up defense position, negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that card. Okay. If this card's flipped face up, change all monsters your opponent controls to face down defense position. Their battle's position cannot be changed. Okay, well, this is an Omni negate for cards or effects on the field, but only during your turn. Only during your turn, which I'm gonna be honest with you, I think this makes this one the weakest one so far, right? It is a great board breaker, that is true. It is true. It's also worth noting that the difference between the high level ones and the low level ones is that technically, right? Technically, you can get one of these out on the field without locking yourself. Right? Because you can just normal set it and then start playing, and then when they do something, you can just, like, for example, the one that reacts to hand effects, right? Where is it? Yeah, this one. When your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand, you can technically just set this one first action, and then when your opponent activates something, you can flip it. But yeah. The whale is, I think, the worst one so far. Because the whale does nothing on your opponent's turn. Unless you have, because here's the thing, all of these only flip up themselves so far, right? All of them only flip up themselves. And this one has a good effect when it's flipped face up, but how do you flip it up on your opponent's turn is the question. Oh, their battle positions cannot be changed though. It's so good, dude. Maybe we have ways to flip it up, but okay. We have Enneacraft, Hecatoncheir. Dude, how many monsters did it get? Each time a monster is flipped face up, plays a counter. The lower attack, yeah. You can reveal this card in your hand, special a monster from your hand in face down defense. When your opponent activates a card or effect that would destroy a card on the field, they literally have like every condition. It's like against this deck, if you breathe, they could flip up a monster. You can change this set card to face up defense. Monsters and any Enneacraft spells you control can't be destroyed by card effects for the rest of this turn. Monsters and any Enneacraft spells. Each time a monster is sent to your opponent's grave while you control this monster, inflict 900 damage. Okay. Enneapolis, the Syncquisition City field spell. This card's always treated as an Enneacraft card. You can target any number of Enneacraft pendulum monster cards, return them to the hand. Oh! Oh! Oh. That's busted. So what you do is you put one of these little guys in the pendulum scale, you activate it, you reveal 3 of other small guys in your deck, you add one of them, you place it, you reveal 3 of the field spell, you add the field spell, and then you can just bounce the 2 little guys from your scales in back into your hand, and then you can just put them onto the field, right? Okay. If an Enneacraft pendulum monster is flipped face up during the main phase, you can return to the hand or place in your pendulum zone one of them. Okay, once per turn during the end phase, remove all Syncquisition counters from cards you control, and if you do, inflict 900 damage to your opponent for each. Okay, so I guess what I'm getting from this, because this has 900 burn damage on it, this one has 900 burn damage every time a monster is sent to the grave. And then there was another one. Each time a card is added to your opponent's hand, right? So 900 damage. I guess this is kind of necessary for this deck, because what I'm seeing so far is a lot of like control tools, right? A lot of like, oh, I'm going to put all my monsters face down, and when you try to play into it, I'm going to flip them all up and like interrupt you and get more card advantage and stuff like that. I don't really see a way to kill with this deck yet. Right? There's no win condition here. There's control tools but there's no win condition. So I think this is what it's supposed to do. It's like you're just trying to outlast your opponent with these flip monsters. You're gonna try to like interrupt them. You get a pop here. You can flip some monsters face down, and so on and so forth. You can negate one effect here maybe, and you're just trying to outlast, right? You're just trying to outlast and win by burn damage over time. Then, okay. Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. I this card definitely makes it all take together, right? This definitely makes a lot of sense now, because you can get honestly, I think the most important effect on this card is effect number 1, because scale, use the effects to search and then bounce them back to your hand is crazy. That's basically drawing 2 cards, because once they are in your scale, you can't use them anymore until next turn. So like bouncing them back to be able to use them in this turn is crazy. Okay. Enneacraft release. You can only activate 1 with this card's name per turn. Place an Enneacraft from your deck in your pendulum zone. If this card's in your grave except the turn it was sent there, banish it, add a face-up Enneacraft from your extra deck to your hand. Okay, and a consistency piece plus follow-up as well. Okay. Oh, dude. Okay, one thing that they didn't do was they did not give this deck a way to flip this card up on the opponent's turn. You simply cannot flip this thing in this deck on your opponent's turn, right? Which would be like the best interaction in the deck, is if you can flip it up on your opponent's turn, because then you can like book your opponent's monsters and they cannot be flipped back up ever, right? So there, I know, guys, I know there is cards that can do that. I know there are cards that can do that in Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm just saying, like, in this archetype, there are none, which also means you can't really search a way to flip this thing face up. Maybe there's more cards missing, sure, but from what we've seen now, that does not exist. This is honestly, you know, I want to say I want to say something. I like this deck, not in the sense that I'm not sure this is going to be good, but the reason why I like this is because it's such an interesting design direction that like I couldn't have imagined beforehand. Like when they announced a flip archetype for this deck building pack, I was like, how are they gonna make that work at all? Like, how is that gonna work? And then it's also pendulums now, and then now after reading it, I can't help but like I want to like see how this works, because like I understand the idea that they've created with this, which I think is honestly, I think it's you know me, I like control strategies with alternate win cons and stuff like that. I think that's a fun concept for me personally. This deck has a lot of interesting aspects to it, and it works so different from any other Yu-Gi-Oh deck I've ever seen that I just can't help but be interested in it. So I think one problem that I can see is that like going second with this into an established board could be a problem. However, at the same time, maybe it's not. Maybe it's okay, because you can play so many cards that when your opponent interacts with you, you get more card advantage, right? Like if you, I don't know, if your opponent has a monster on the field that you find annoying, right? Like if you go ahead and you activate this thing in your hand to put it face down on your field, while you start to play into a board with this, right? And then your opponent wants to do something else, right? Like they want to use an effect, and you go, okay, I'll chain this, flip itself up, and then flip all your monsters face down, right? Like, you know, I could see that. Or not show them the whale so they don't know you have it. Yeah, there's like so much like mind gaming with it. Like you reveal one of them in your hand, activate the effect, set a monster, and they're like, okay, what monster is it now? Like, do I have to play around the one like? Do I have to play around the one that like? Do I want to ash them now because they could have set this one? And if I Ash them, they literally just get a search and a pop from this. Right? So, yeah. I think it's cool because it's unique. I think it's really cool because it's unique. I think it's a really cool use of the pendulum mechanic. I think it's a really interesting use of the flip mechanic. When I say cool, I don't necessarily mean top meta viable. It might not be. But I could see it being okay, at least. Yeah. Combos. I think looking at a combo for this deck is pointless. I think this is a deck that you have to actually play to understand if it's good or not. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, even if you show me a 1-card combo right now that puts like 5 different Enneacrafts onto the field, it does not matter to me. That means nothing. Because 1-card combo, every deck has crazy 1-card combos when you look at it at first glance. You have to see it interacting with other decks, with other players. You know, you have to look at it in action with actual human beings playing Yu-Gi-Oh to understand if this deck is good. Because like you can activate a couple of these scales and search a bunch of them and then set up a bunch like that, but I don't know what that means, you know. The Ruma and Eclipse are insane in the deck. Yeah, because you can, like, nothing here is once per turn, right? So flipping your stuff back face down makes the thing. But the other thing is, like, every single one of these Enneacrafts has a unique condition. They all have different conditions. So once your opponent has any idea of the ones that you have, they can play around it depending on the deck, right? Of course, I mean, some decks cannot play around the one that, like, responds to like a graveyard effect or something, you know, but like some of them can definitely be played around. Like this one is like when your opponent activates a card or effect in response to the activation of your card or effect. Like you can play around this the entire game by just not chaining to your opponent. This one says target a card that you control. This is a huge trap for players to think that this is great, because your opponent just basically can play around that. They can play around this by not targeting. You know. And the big thing with the big flip monsters as well, especially these two, right? Leon and Pixia, they can just be attacked. They can just be attacked because they don't actually have a great flip effect. The flip effects of the monsters are mandatory, so sometimes they will be forced to respond. What do you mean? Like, this flips up and targets 3 cards in my grave and wants to shuffle them into the deck. I can just not respond. You will always be chain link 1. No, I understand that, but you don't have to chain to it if you don't want to get punished by this. But yeah. Honestly, I think at this point, these are still a couple of months away. But my first impression is that it's a fun concept to think about. I think the design is cool here. It's very unique. And I wish they did this more with Pendulum. I really wish they did this more with Pendulum, where they make something unique out of it instead of just more Pendulum slop. I think this is cool. I think it's a cool archetype. I'm excited to try it. I don't know how good it's gonna be. Honestly, it's ultimately flip monsters still. So maybe it's gonna be too slow, especially going second. I could see it being too slow. But I appreciate the novelty, you know what I mean? I appreciate the effort to make something truly unique here, and I think it looks fun. I'm gonna try it for sure when it comes out. I don't like geometry. Well, okay, then you're gonna hate these. we do like the lock. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, the lock is necessary here to make you play the deck. Like, this deck is supposed to be played in a very particular way, you know? This deck is not supposed to be splashed in other stuff, which I think is fine. I think that's completely okay. Because, bro, I'm telling you right now, if there's no locks on these at all, people could just do weird stuff with it, you know? Like, what if there's no locks on these at all and random decks just start, like, playing this thing because it punishes hand traps or something? Like, it just goes +2 when you get hand trapped. So you're like, oh, okay, well, let me summon this first before I do my other combos. And then, you know? But yeah, I think it's cool. Oh, this one is the one that punishes hand traps. I will summon Hugin before setting these guys. No, it says the entire turn. It's not even the rest of the turn. It's the turn. So the lock is very heavy, but I think that's good. All right, next up, we've looked at Enneacraft. We've looked at Hecatoncheir, I think was the name of the fusion archetype. Now we have the last one, and this was just revealed this morning. Killer Tune is the synchro archetype from Phantom Revengers. And let's see if this is good. Because so far, I mean, Hecatoncheir and Enneacraft, honestly, I felt like both of them were cool and unique, but both are uncertain whether they're actually going to be meta or not. Let's see if Killer Tune gives us another contender. Killer Tune Mix. Level 2 Wind Warrior Tuner. 100 attack, 2000 defense. If this card on the field would be used as synchro material, one tuner in your hand can be used as one of the other materials. Oh, itself is a tuner. Okay, so I'm assuming the synchros need multiple tuners then? I mean, it is called Killer Tune. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or special, you can add a Killer Tune monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand, except a level 2 monster. If this card is sent to the grave as a synchro material, you can target a monster your opponent controls, destroy it. Okay, we're kicking things off with a 1-card synchro, right? Because normal summon, add a Killer Tune, and then you can use that Killer Tune in hand as the material, and then you can also pop a card if you're going second. Solid start, but does depend on the other cards to see how good that is. Killer Tune Clip. Level 2 Dark Thunder Tuner. If this card on the field would be used as synchro material, a tuner in your hand can be used as one of the other materials. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During your opponent's main phase, quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand, then immediately after this effect resolves, you can synchro summon a tuner. If this card is sent to the grave as synchro material, you can banish a random face down card from your opponent's extra deck. Is this... Wait, okay, the way this is worded, this is... banished. It banishes a random face down card, but the card is banished face up, right? It just means the face down here refers to the card before it's banished, right? Like you can't banish like a face up pendulum. Okay. I mean, this is very much in line with a lot of modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks from 2025. They will give these in-engine interaction on turn 0, which I think is good. I personally am a fan of this. I like this. I'm not sure how I feel about this secondary effect because this is going to be like irrelevant, let's say 80% of the time, and then it's going to be like super annoying 20% of the time. Like, I don't know, you're playing a deck that really relies on one extra deck monster, and then it's random as well. So like they shuffle your deck and like 1 out of 15 and they just take your whatever. It could be very annoying. Yeah. At least it's not banished face down. At least it's banished face up, so maybe you can get it back in some decks. But yeah, okay. Alright. Also, potentially, I mean, if the other ones also have effects in the graveyard, right? Like if you combine Clip with Mix, I don't know if there's a synchro for that, but hypothetically, if you synchro summon with Clip and Mix on your opponent's turn 1, you get a pop, you get a random extra deck banish, and you get whatever the monster does, the synchro monster, right? So that's okay. A good start, honestly. Killer Tune Reco, level 3 Fire Fiend. If this card on the field would use a synchro 1 tuner in your hand, okay, they seem to all have this synchro summon in hand kind of thing. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name once per turn. If this is normal or special, add a Killer Tune monster from your deck or grave to your hand, except the level 3. If this card's sent to the grave as synchro material, target a spell trap your opponent controls, destroy it. Okay. We have... Wait, this is all the main deck monsters? Aw. They're missing one? Oh, okay. Okay. Because I was about to say, like, honestly, these cards read very strong, but there's no way. This is because this is like, they need more monsters, basically. But okay, they're good cards for sure. They're good cards. Let's read the synchros. Killer Tune Trackmaker. Level 4 synchro needs a Killer Tune tuner and tuners. Okay, so I assume all the synchros are made with just tuners. If this card on the field would be used as synchro material, a tuner in your hand can be used as one of the other materials. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can add a Killer Tune card from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the grave as synchro material, you can return a card your opponent controls to the hand. Okay, the level 4 one is the one that you could be making with Clip and Mix. However, this one is not an interruption by itself, right? That means if you synchro Clip and Mix, you get a random extra deck banish, a pop, and a search. Which is not a bad turn 0 play, to be honest. Yeah, but Mix cannot search Clip, that's true. Okay, alright. Killer Tune Remix. Level 5, Killer Tune Mix. Oh, it needs Killer Tune Mix. Which one was that again? Mix was the first one. This one is Mix. Okay. This one needs Mix and a tuner. You can only use the second effect once per turn. Gains 1500 attack while your opponent has a tuner on their field or in their grave. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can tribute this card. Take 2 non-synchro tuners from your grave. Add one of them to your hand. And if you do, special summon the other. Then, immediately after this resolves, you can synchro summon a tuner. Okay, this is cool. I love these sort of like tag out effects where you tag out into 2 others and then take 2 non-synchro tuners, add one of them, search them the other. Yeah, it's cool because you can add back Ash, Bell, Ghost Ogre or whatever, and just take them back to your hand, and then but then not synchro with it, right? Okay. Killer Tune Red Seal needs Killer Tune Rico plus a tuner. You can only use the third effect. Gains 300 attack for each tuner. There's a lot of synchros. The levels of monsters your opponent controls with 17 or less original attack are increased by 1. Okay. During the main phase, this is crazy against Yummy, by the way. During the main phase, quick effect, you can banish a tuner from your grave, then target a face-up card your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of this turn. Okay, that's good. Then we have Killer Tune Loudness War. You can only use the second effect once per turn. Other tuners can't be destroyed by card effects. Also, your opponent cannot target them with card effects. This one's level 6. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can banish a Killer Tune monster from your grave. Apply its effects that activates if sent to the grave as synchro material. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, you can banish multiple cards from their extra deck potentially. You can... you can pop another monster. You can pop another spell. Okay. What I'm wondering right now. Oh no, this was the one they showed in the announcement picture, right? Red Seal was the one that was announced, basically. Yeah. I was wondering where that one was. Okay. Okay, let's read the spells. Killer Tune Synchro. Quick play spell. You can only activate 2 cards with this card's name per turn. You cannot special for the rest of this turn after this card resolves except tuners. Also, add a Killer Tune card from your deck to your hand, except Killer Tune Synchro. Then, immediately after this effect resolves, you can Synchro Summon a tuner. Oh. Oh, this card is good. This is cool. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, this is a Rhoda with crazy benefits, right? Because it's not only is it a quick play spell, but it's also not once per turn, it is twice per turn. And it lets you quick synchro on the opponent's turn. Ooh, okay. No, I vibe with this card. This card is nice. I'm a fan of the lock. I'm very much similar to Enneacraft. I really like that, like, these archetypes lock pretty harshly, you know, like only summon tuners for the rest of the turn. I think is healthy on this one because it's a good card. It's a good card. Okay, we have Juke Joined Killer Tune. Field spell. You can only use the 3rd effect of this card's name once per turn. During your main phase, you can normal summon a tuner in addition to your normal summon. Okay. Killer Tune Loudness War you control gains 3,300 attack while your opponent has a tuner on their field or in their grave. You contribute a tuner, add to your hand, or special summon a Killer Tune from your deck. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except tuners. This is, I think, the worst card I've read so far. Simply because it doesn't do anything on its own. It gives you a second normal summon, sure. It can boost your Loudness War, which one is that? This one. Yeah, okay. And then you can, it's kind of like, it gives you like the Lone Fire Blossom thingy, right? Do not hand trap this deck. Yeah, I mean, if you ash this deck, their boss monster is just 3,300. But yeah, it's okay. It does unbreak. Yeah, it can be a starter if you like draw like only Ash Blossom or something like that, right? So, yeah. Killer Tune Playlist. Normal trap. You can only activate 2 cards with this card's name per turn. Target a Killer Tune you control on your grave. Apply these effects in sequence. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except tuners. Target a Killer Tune you grave. Apply its effects that activate if sent to the grave as synchro material. Return it to the hand. I mean, okay, it's a neat card if you use it on something in your grave because you get to add it back to your hand and you get to apply the effect. It's a neat card. Unfortunately, it's a trap card. I think they could have easily made this a quick play spell. I'm gonna be honest with you. That would have been way better. But yeah. Okay. What are they trying to do here? You have like your little main deck monsters that are all tuners, and they can combine with each other because you only need tuners for the synchros. And so you're just trying to synchro summon. You can always use material from your hand to keep synchro summoning. And all of them have effects when they're sent to grave as synchro material. So one major part of this deck is you're trying to synchro summon on the opponent's turn so that you can get these effects on their turn as well. And you can interrupt that way, right? And what the forms of interruption that we have are, we can destroy a monster, which, keep in mind, in theory, we could do this multiple times, depending on how well we can set up, right? Because we could use it, we can synchro it off, get the effect. Then we can copy the effect with the synchro. It was this one, right? You can copy the effect with the synchro, and you can copy the effect with the trap as well. So you can get these effects up to 3 times, depending on, is this once per turn? Once per turn, yeah. So you can copy these effects multiple times, which, especially with the extra deck banish, could be pretty annoying, you know? Like if you can keep repeating this, eventually your opponent is gonna run out of extra deck options. The problem is, can you survive long enough until you've done that, right? Maybe, maybe not. You also have spell trap removal, which is neat. And you have a very, very powerful quick play Rhoda plus quick synchro card, which I think is really, really good. I think this deck looks fun, personally. I think it's missing more main deck monsters. Look at the reprints. The overtake spell is crazy in this deck. Okay. Synchro overtake. Synchro overtake. Synchro overtake. Reveal a synchro in your extra deck. Choose one of the synchro materials mentioned on it. Add to your hand or special summon that monster from your deck to your grave. Also, you can't special from the extra deck except synchros. You can only activate one synchro over there. Oh, okay. Because the synchros mention Reco and Mix. You can just special summon both of these with... Yeah, okay, that's neat. Okay. That way, we can get more access to these cards. Because right now, one of my main problems is we only have 9 main deck monsters. Right? We only have 9 main deck monsters, and we only have 1 Rhoda spell, which means we only have 12 of these cards, right? We have 12 of these cards. I guess with this, you can get the number up to 15. And I'm sure you can play some other starters, potentially. The problem is, one of the strongest and most unique things about this deck at the moment, I think, is Killer Tune Clip. Killer Tune Clip, being able to synchro summon on your opponent's turn 1, is the one thing that I would say makes this deck interesting over other decks. Because it doesn't seem like, so far, it doesn't seem like it makes crazier end boards than other decks, or, is better at breaking boards than other decks, for example. But this is a really good card. I think this is the star of the deck so far, because this is the one that's also a hand trap if you can play enough other tuners, right? So I'm a little confused because so far they gave us more synchros than actual main deck monsters, which is a little weird. We have 3 main deck monsters, but 4 synchros, which is a little odd. Maybe we'll get more. Maybe we'll get more, but it seems fun. I like it. I like the idea of this deck. I think it's cool. I like that it doesn't seem too broken. It just seems good. I don't know. I vibe with it. Yeah, I vibe with it. I think it's cool. The other main deck monsters are Veilers and Ghost. Yeah, I mean, you can pair it very well with all of the Ghost Sisters because they're all level 3 tuners, so they allow to go into the level 5 synchros, which is good, right? Like if you have, for example, you have Clip plus, but then you have to like synchro away your hand trap instead of using it. You know what I mean? Like if you use Clip plus Ash to synchro, yeah, okay, I can do that, but then I can't use my Ash Blossom, right? It's 19 starters with Stone Sweeper and Rhoda, up to 22 with Genesis. Okay, what does Duelist Genesis do? Yeah, okay. If you have a tuner on your field or in your grave, add a synchro spell trap from your deck to your hand. You can only activate Duel. Okay, so this can search the spell card because it's called Killer Tune Synchro, but you do need a tuner already. But yes, technically it's true. You can use that. It's not a terrible idea, I think, but yeah. Yeah, Overtake is good. Overtake is definitely good. This is 7th Ascension. No, it's not. This is in some ways worse than 7th Ascension. In some ways, it's better. Because it searches a really good card without going -1. But it does have an activation condition. So it's not like a starter. But it's a really good extender. It's different than 7th Ascension. For sure. Stone Sweeper. Oh, the Earthbound. Right. You can discard this card, add a level 3 or lower Fiend Tuner from your deck to your hand. So you can add Reco with that. Okay, sure. Yeah. The problem is, I think, with playing like Synchro Overtake, Duelist Genesis, Earthbound Prisoner, Stone Sweeper, that works. You can play all of those cards to get more starters. So yes, the deck is probably going to be consistent enough. The problem is, by adding more and more consistency cards to this deck, what are you doing, right? You are more consistently doing what? Right? You are more consistently doing like a pop and like one or a couple extra deck banishes and a spell trap pop. I think like what this deck would need in order for me to actually think it'll be a good deck is like I need 1 or 2 more actual killer tune monsters that I can cycle through every turn, right? More effects that I can go through, more like actually like maybe 1 or 2 more interactions on the opponent's turn. I think that's what I would want for this deck, but it's a cool concept. I like it. And with that, we've looked at all of the archetypes from Phantom Revengers. What do we think, chat? I think it looks not as good as Justice Hunters, but I'm gonna be honest with you. It's going to be a long time until they make a deck build pack that is as good as Justice Hunters. Justice Hunters is crazy. Personally, I think all 3 archetypes from this deck build pack have one thing in common, and that is that they are very unique. And I think that's cool. I think all 3 of these archetypes are unlike most things we've seen in Yu-Gi-Oh so far. I mean, Enneacraft is super unique. I even thought Hecatoncheir is like, it looked interesting, and Killer Tune also like that. Partially, that makes these decks hard to evaluate because they work pretty differently from previous decks. But I think that's what makes these interesting. I think they are across the board interesting card design. All 3 of them, honestly, disregarding whether they're going to be top meta or not, all 3 of these decks seem fun to play, but they also seem like fine to play against. Like nothing here. There's no like super toxic deck here. I think at first glance at least. I like this deck build pack. I think it looks fun. Not as powerful as Justice Hunters, because I think Justice Hunters has like the perfect mix of power and fun. This one is first impression a little bit more on the fun side and a little less powerful, but maybe it's still good enough, and then it'd be really cool. Killer Tune random extra deck banish is annoying as hell, even if it's bad. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. This being the one that you, in the long term, one of the win conditions for this deck could be the grind game, where you just loop 1 or 2 cards out of your opponent's extra deck for the first couple of turns until they run out of resources, which could definitely be annoying to play against. I can definitely see that. It is a win con though, so that's why they're doing it that way. Like I think this effect is designed to be like not as impactful when you only do it like once, because it's random and it's only face up banish, you know, like you can potentially get the card back. But I think it's designed to be really hurtful when you do it like over and over and over. Like it's supposed to be a long-term win con, but the problem is like some games it's going to banish like a really important one of immediately, and then it's gonna suck, you know. But yeah. Okay. All right. Is there other new cards? You guys said something about a Hecatoncheir spell. Did I miss that? Where's the new Hecatoncheir spell? Ah, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that one at all yet. So, this is... Which pack is this? Also, Phantom Revengers? Okay, so they for some reason, they have revealed all of the Hecatoncheir cards except for one card, which is also why I think we are missing one card for Killer Tune and one card for Enneacraft. For whatever reason, but okay, we have Hecaton. It's just called Hecatoncheir. Okay, normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. When you activate this card, you can also send one other card you control to the graveyard. Add one Hecahands monster. Is it Hecahands or Hecatoncheir? Hecahands. Okay. Add one Hecahands monster from your deck to your hand. Then if you send a card to the grave at activation, you can set a Hecahands spell trap from your deck except Hecahands. You can banish this card from your grave. Your opponent draws one card, then they discard one card. See, the problem now is that I don't remember the specifics of what that deck did. So I have to like check back in. Okay, they had like the left wing and the right wing thingies that like you can reveal to summon. This one you shuffle back to special summon. This one you reveal shuffle back to add. This one is the hand trap. I remember this one. Wasn't this deck was all about stealing, right? You steal your opponent's cards. I mean, okay. I mean, the first part is already good, right? Add a card from your deck to your hand. That's fine. It's a Rhoda with upside. I'm trying to figure out the meaning of the second effect. Like, why would I let my opponent draw in this card? Does that trigger anything? The hand traps trigger? If a card is added to your opponent's hand, you can special summon this card from your hand. Yeah, this one triggers. Yeah. This one also triggers. This one also triggers. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. That is a big deal. Right? That is kind of a big deal. Because that kind of like makes the entire deck playable going first now, because it kind of wasn't really, right? Like the thing was like, okay, you have these two, which are these two were great for consistency already. These are good cards, and then like this one was always going to be a good hand trap, but these two kind of like did absolutely nothing, and so it's like now you can at least do something with them. Sure. I mean, giving your opponent a draw in a discard is kind of though. But like, how else are you going to trigger these cards on your first turn, I guess? So Okay, this card is good then, right? It's definitely a good card. We can agree on that. Like, this card is good for that deck because it's a Rhoda with a potential bonus effect, and you can also force your opponent to play into some of your main deck monsters that would normally only work on your opponent's turn. So this is definitely a good card. And whether that is going to make this deck good on its own or not remains to be seen. But it definitely makes a lot of sense in this deck. You know, it makes a lot of sense in this deck. For sure. Yeah, no, I can see it. Okay, that's cool. Now, all that remains, I suppose, for deck build pack Phantom Revengers is we want to see the last card for Enneacraft, the last card for Killer Tune, and then we wait for it to come out in the OCG, right? And see if they have any impact. I hope so, because I do think even Hecatoncheir, I think was looking like a cool archetype personally. I think it looks fun. OCG release 23rd of August. Okay, that is in 12 days, so not long. Not long until we get these cards. All right. Cool. And with that, finally, we've gone through all of the new cards, I think. I don't think we need to do any more. Have you looked at the new OCG Meta Report? I haven't, but speaking of new meta reports, that is exactly what we're going to do now. I want to take a look at what's been going. First, we're doing TCG. We can take a little look at the OCG in a moment as well. But I want to get a little bit up to date with the TCG. And I know I'm obviously a little bit focused on Master Duel at the moment because we have the Master Duel World Championships coming up in a little over 2 weeks. The deck submission is in 2 weeks for Master Duel World. So I'm a little bit, you know, I'm a little focused on Master Duel, but I still am also, I can't help. I cannot help but, like, be involved with the TCG because I just think Justice Hunter's format looks so fun. So I wanted to spend at least a little bit of time today to take a look at the current TCG format and check out some regional results from over the course of the weekend and just check in with how, basically, I want to answer 2 questions about the format right now for myself. The first question is obviously, how good are the new decks doing between Yami, Vanquish Soul, and Dracotail? Of course, the expectation going in was that Vanquish Soul K9 was going to be the best deck. Yami was going to be very strong. People didn't think Dracotail was going to be very good, but I've been saying the deck is pretty cool and pretty strong. So I wonder, we're going to take a look at some Dracotail deck lists because Dracotail is doing well. Dracotail is a good deck, I've been saying. So I want to see how the new decks are doing, but I also want to see like how the old decks are doing because we did not get a ban list. So I'm interested in like how well is Malice still doing? How well is Mitsurugi still doing? However, I will say, I think because the new decks are just out and the new decks are also pretty fun, I think it's like unlikely that a lot of people topped with Malice or Mitsurugi because I just don't think there's going to be that many people playing the decks. Because, you know, everyone wants to try the new stuff, right? Everyone wants to try the new stuff. But yeah, so the thing is, we're gonna start by looking at a tournament from last week, which was the Seattle Regional. Actually, let me move over here. Which was won by Memento K9 Fiendsmith, which is that caught my eye first, immediately. But it also had a lot of the new decks in top 8, which is why I originally wanted to bring it up. This was one of the first regionals after Justice Hunter's release. And without too much of a surprise, Vanquish Soul K9 is the deck that topped the most in this one. Keep in mind, this is last week. This is from a week ago. And so immediately after release, K9 Vanquish Soul was the one of the better, you know, the most anticipated deck. So, you know, the thing about K9 Vanquish Soul is that I find it I find K9 Vanquish Soul. Hold on, let me make this a little smaller so you can see all the cards. K9 Vanquish Soul is weird in terms of deck building because the deck doesn't have that much wiggle room in terms of what you can do. Which is why I believe that the fun from K9 Vanquish Soul comes from playing it. It's not actually building it that much because, unironically, this is a 40 card list. The cards that you can realistically change in this list are like 5, maybe 6. Like, the Nibiru is not standard, the Shifter is not standard, the one Kurikara is not standard, the Dogoran is not standard. You can argue maybe you could cut one Heavy Borger and cut it down to 1 maybe. And I have also seen someone top a regional in Germany without the trap card in the main deck, which I don't think that's good, but you could technically consider that. However, that is about as much as you can do deck building wise with K9 Vanquish Soul, because most other things are just like set in stone, right? Like you always play 3 Raisin, you always play 3 Holy Sue, you always play 3 Madlove, you always play the Caesar, you always play at least 1 Borger, you always play 3 Jiaolong now. I guess maybe the K9 ratios could be looked at eventually, right? Like you can maybe mess around with the numbers of Izunas and Jockles. I think that's not outrageous. Lantern, I've seen some people play without Lantern as well. That's technically possible. So like the K9 engine can be played around with a little bit, I believe. And here's another thing. Here's another thing I've noticed about this deck, unironically. When I was trying it a little bit, I was surprised by, how do I phrase this? This deck was less of an upgrade to pure Vanquish Soul than I thought. I think that's the right way to put it. Because I was expecting this to just be like so much better than pure Vanquish Soul in every aspect. And then I realized like, oh, hey, sometimes like the K9 cards are good and all, but they don't actually help you access the Vanquish Soul engine. And I have taken Pot of Extravagance out of my deck. And now my deck, I just draw less starters sometimes. You know what I mean? Like the cards are really strong. Don't get me wrong, but like it's not as consistent as you might think, or as you would suggest, as like the results from the OCG would suggest. I think this deck was the most played, like the most successful deck in the first week of Justice Hunter's release, because people were anticipating it to be like the new best deck by far. But I do think it is not as good as it's not as far above the rest as you might think. Really, it really isn't, I think. But it's a good deck, don't get me wrong. It is a good deck. And if this deck draws like access to the Vanquish Soul engine and like access to the K9 engine, it's broken. Sometimes you don't even need to draw access to the K9 engine because you can just go into a rank 5 with the Vanquish Soul cards. Like that's the thing, right? The cards that carry this deck are still the Vanquish Soul cards. Because Holy Sue is so good. So I would say, like, compared to previous Vanquish Soul, the good hands are now better than previously, but you have more bad hands at the same time. So it doesn't seem like a straight upgrade to pure Vanquish Soul. It just seems like it's more like a side grade where you have more variance a little bit. Is how I would put it. But it's still it's a good deck. So yeah. With Yummy, it's a different story. I actually think Yummy, for us, my personal prediction, and from what I've seen so far, I think Yummy is a pretty solid deck. And I think Yummy is like maybe a little bit underrepresented at the moment. I don't know. I honestly I don't know. This is where the problem lies. Is I'm looking at results from tournaments, and I have been following results from tournaments a decent amount, but I haven't actually played in a tournament myself, and that's why I can't really judge how many yummies you play again. Like if you went to a regional, I would be interested to hear like out of how many rounds against how many yummies you played, because I'm trying to grab. I still don't know, is this deck popular or is it not popular, is my question. But from all I've seen, it seems pretty fun. That's what I've seen. It's popular. Okay, that's good. I mean, the thing is, like, I think Yummy is pretty hard to pilot, even though it's a one card combo deck, because the thing with Yummy is honestly arguably probably how one card combo decks should be, or at least a step in the right direction. Because with Yummy, the hard part is not resolving your combo, and the thing with Yummy is that your combo is not auto win enough if you don't pilot it correctly, is the way I would put it. You know, like you can, like anyone can make a Yummy board basically if they just learn the combos, but you still have to interrupt properly with the deck against your opponent's deck and what they have, because you know, the opponent's turn is actually hard with Yummy. It's not like Snake Eye Fiendsmith or whatever last year, or Ubel, where you have so many disruptions that even if you mess up your combo and misuse like half of your interruptions, you still win the game because you just have so much. And I think that's cool about Yummy. And I think that's one of the reasons why it hasn't been... It's been doing okay, don't get me wrong. A lot of the top cuts I've looked at had Yummy decks in it. But it seems like the kind of... It seems like a cool deck. In terms of deck builds, I've seen a little bit of everything with Yummy. I think it's a deck that still needs some exploration in terms of how you build it. I'm not sure if you want to play just a lot of hand traps in it like this version is doing, because Yummy has, especially the Charmies, I think are a little iffy in Yummy, because I think one of Yummy's problems is that it doesn't push into half boards very well. And when you use a Charmy or like when you use Fuva or Purulia, you basically force your opponent to make a half board. Or Droll, right? Like Fuva, Purulia, and Droll are all cards that make your opponent make half boards. And then I don't know how well Yummy interacts with those board breakers. Also by using the Charmies or Droll or whatever. It plays into the K9 extenders really hard. So I'm not sure. I've honestly been liking the idea of playing Dominus Purge, Imperm, and Songs of the Dominators in Yummy, so that you still have 9 hand traps, but you don't play into K9 with those. And then the rest is like board breakers. That'd be my first concept that I would try with Yummy. I think that's cool. Is Vanquisher the best deck so I can learn how to play TCG? It is one of the best decks. Yeah, it definitely is one of the best decks. I don't know if it's the best deck. I'd honestly, if there was a YCS next weekend, I don't know if I would be playing Vanquish Soul K9. But it is definitely up there. It's definitely up there. But no, you cannot learn to play TCG because you have to focus on Master Duel Worlds, just like I have. Just like I have to. You don't get to play Vanquish Soul Judeo. You have to play Ryzeal and Malice. That's our burden for this month. But no, Yummy's cool. The big story that I want to talk about from the previous weekend even is Dracotail. Dracotail is a deck. I'm just using one of the regionals here, but Dracotail has won multiple regionals this past weekend. Dracotail is honest. I'll say it right now. Dracotail is better than all of y'all have given it credit for the last couple of weeks. Every time Dracotail came up, everyone was like, "Oh, that deck is too fair. That deck is not good enough." I think Dracotail is. It's been by far my favorite out of the new archetypes. Not like, I'm not saying it's the best in terms of like meta viability, but Dracotail has incredible potential, and it is really fun. And I think that's why people are trying it out, because people just vibe with the deck, you know? people are way too OCG pilled. I think so too. I think you need to understand that our format is not the OCG, and that like and it's not even just Maxi. There's a lot of other ban list decisions and ban list differences that make the TCG its very own format. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even Maxi is Dracotail is probably the deck that benefits from Maxi the most. And just like, I think the reason why people haven't respected Dracotail as much is because Dracotail doesn't have the same flashy combos that like Yummy does, for example, or even K9 Vanquish Soul. You know, like Dracotail has the simplest turn ones that you can imagine out of these three decks by far, right? You just like do like 1 or 2 fusion summons, set up your trap cards, pass the turn, right? Like add some cards back from your grave to fuse on your opponent's turn, done, right? And people just always think like simple turn ones equals bad deck, which in the case of Dracotail, I think it couldn't be more wrong. I think Dracotail has so many things going for it. I think also like Dracotail is the most fun deck to build right now because there is no one Dracotail build for the TCG at the moment. It doesn't exist. There's like this regional was won by Dracotail K9. There's people playing Dracotail Shadol. There's people playing Dracotail with like King of the Swamp. There's people playing Dracotail with Branded. There's people playing Dracotail with just like only hand traps or whatever. There's so many other things I could imagine playing in Dracotail. Like you can play like, I don't know, Edgem chain package to get like access to poly that way or whatever. Like there's Dragon Maid versions, there's K9 versions. Like there's so much to solve with Dracotail. So many cool cards that interact with the deck. I think it's awesome. I think it's really, really awesome. And I'm glad that people agree. And this is one of the for this one, I actually wanted to check out some deck profiles because, like I said, for K9 Vanquish Soul, like I'm okay looking at the lists, but I don't really need to watch a deck profile to see why someone played like Dimension Shifter or Dogoran and Kurikara in their like 4 flex spots of the deck. You know, like that. Yeah, the deck building for K9 Vanquish Soul is kind of whatever. But for Dracotail, I really want to catch some thoughts from people. So the first one we're gonna take a look at is Julian Kaon's and Jesse Simnagar's deck profile from the Santa Clara regional. By the way, Julian Kaon has been, I've seen he's been starting to do some YouTube content this month, and it's been looking pretty solid. I've checked out a couple of their videos, so feel free to check him out. He's gonna be playing at Worlds at the end of this month, so I'm sure he's gonna do some serious prep this month. So shout outs to him. And let's take a look at a Dracotail Masterclass, 4th and 5th place from the regional. Okay.
What's up, guys? Julian here, back with another video. Today we're doing a deck profile for the Santa Clara regional. I got 5th and Jesse got 4th place. My goat. Just a little bit better than me. It's all good. It's all good. We both played Dracotail. We played like almost the same deck list, so we're just gonna do the deck profile together. First, I want to start with shoutouts. I want to shout out the Gaming Metro, my team. Shout out SK Games, Hub City Collectibles, as well as Card Art, my local OTS. Shout out them. Shout out to Fenrir Support Squad, the Discord, all the homies, all the boys, and then shout out to Jesse because like he built and tested like most of this list, and then 5 minutes before deck lists were due, I was like, yo, I'm changing my deck. I'm playing this. So yeah.
Also, big shout outs to all the homies who are here with us. Big shout outs to John, who plays with me a lot.
All right, now show deck.
Alright, so we played the Dragontail list. 3 Fimena, 3 Lucius, 3 Molar, or Malulu, Pan, Urgla. Only played one of these. I know people.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I personally, even before we go into this deck, I'll just say a few things about Dracotail. I see this deck being played with a lot of hand traps, which I think it makes sense because hand traps have so much synergy with Dracotail cards that you're probably never going to play this deck completely without hand traps. I understand that. You're probably going to be playing some hand traps in this deck always. However, this deck, like, basically hand traps are not that great in the current format, I think. Like, some of them are nice, but some of them are really like ass. Like cards like Effect Veiler is something that I see in a lot of Dracotail lists, and maybe it's correct to play Effect Veiler, but I just feel like even if you can add back Effect Veiler over and over again, if Effect Veiler is not good in the current format, then it's like, what's the point realistically? And I don't know if that's because I do think Dracotail could also just be a deck that plays very like other monster non-engine that is like good, you know, like you could be playing cards like Fenrir's or Bizdeals or Phantasmes or whatever and be adding those back over and over. I could also see that.
We'll bump these cards up. We play other additions.
I also think there's a world where you just play more engine in Dracotail, right? Like for example, I was thinking about this because I saw the one Urgula. I think Urgula is an amazing card. Like, of course, it doesn't combo on its own, but Dracotail is very much about just like performing one fusion summon. Like as soon as Dracotail can perform one fusion summon, they can do everything basically. And it's all that's really important is that you can perform a fusion summon and that you have the Dracotail names to fuse with, right? And I think if you play cards like King of the Swamp, Polymerization, maybe even Patchwork or whatever, I think it's really good to play more of these names. And I think Urgula is something that I could see in the future being like a 2 or 3 of in Dracotail lists just because you want to maximize on engine. Which, by the way, is also why the new support card for Dracotail is so much better than people give it credit for, because all it really had to be was another Dracotail name. Like the new Dracotail one is like it's very powerful, even though it's not as flashy, because it's just one more name in rotation that you can fuse with every turn. Like it's a really good card.
Materials, so I don't think hard drawing these are necessary because you can always access them through your engine. And reducing redundancy is really important in this deck because all of your cards do the exact same thing and they all get to one of 4 choices of spells and traps that, you know, at the end of the day, you want your effects to like diversify as much as possible because that's how you make it far. Ketu, Rahu, and then one of each trap card.
Yeah, for the engine ratios, I feel like there's not really a better way to play this, especially like you said with the other cards that we're playing in our deck. Like 3 of every card we're playing at 3 is like mandatory because if you don't see Dracotail cards, like you're not really playing the game, yeah, right? And other than that, like you don't want to play more than one of each trap, but also the traps are really important to play both because you need to recycle your engine. Like I had a game where I messed up the recycling in the engine part, and then I just ran out of like I couldn't trigger my effects because I had no more spells in deck. I had no more traps in deck. So you really want to make sure you like 2 traps are mandatory. Awesome. 3 of each card that we have at 3 is mandatory, and then one of each of these makes sense with the package you're about to see.
Yeah, I'd say you could include additional Urgulas because this card likes to get DD crowed a lot and taken out of rotation, but otherwise I think it's fine. Also, just to add on to Julian's point really quick, one thing you want to do when you play this deck is you want to make sure that the trap is putting back the trap is what he was getting at, because you can infinitely loop them and if the game state gets to that, and that way you can keep using your effects because you can't use your...
I mean, I honestly, I haven't seen anyone cut down the traps to less than 1 of each. I think that's crazy if you do that. This is like the main way this deck wins grind games. It's also another reason why this deck is often played with hand traps, I feel like, is because these draw cards, right? So like a standard Dracotail end board will consist of both of these trap cards, which gives you 2 draws on the opponent's turn. And then you just draw more hand traps, I guess, is the idea, which makes sense. The third trap, yeah, you'll play, once another trap comes out, I think they'll play it. Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Your effect to pop a spell or trap or back row or negate a monster if you don't have a spell or trap in your deck to set.
Yeah, I had a game where I ran out of things, right? I had 1 left, but my opponent like didn't catch up on that. So I used like Chainlink 2, one of them, Chainlink 3, the other one, knowing that one of them was gonna fizzle, but it still scared him into activating his card.
Yeah. Okay, and then onto like the sub-engines. We played the Shadal sub-engine, so 2 Squamata, 1 Hedgehog, 1 Beast, and 1 Dragon. These are very, very powerful fusion materials.
I think this is very good. I think Shadal's, as cringe as Winda is, the Shadal cards I think make a lot of sense in this deck. I'm very curious to see if they play another like fusion engine, because I think that's the only way. That's the only way I like the Shadal cards is if you play more ways to fuse with them when you actually draw them. Like whether it's whether it's King of the Swamp or Cartesia or Patchwork or whatever, I think you need more ways to get to a poly. And in general, that is I think the biggest weakness of like the pure Dracotail decks. If you don't play any other ways to fuse, you are way too easily interrupted by just like, let's say your only way to fuse is Rahu Dracotail, and then that gets ashed or impulsed, and then you like just don't have a play.
Played 5 to try to see one every hand while also not at the same time drawing a ton of shit all monsters. Gives you access to window, which is really broken. Basically, with the 2 Squamata, 1 Hedgehog, you have 4 copies of each of these, which are great utility. Either you draw.
And then the reason why I like Squamata and Hedgehog is because it's an easy way to get to 2 Shaddoll monsters for your opponent's turn to make Winda, right? If you just fuse Shaddoll Beast, like I've seen lists of this deck with like triple Shaddoll Beast for like the occasional Winda access. The problem is if you fuse away a Shaddoll Beast, you draw a card, but you still only have 1 Shaddoll card in rotation, which means that even if you can add cards back from your grave with Arthalion, you still need to fuse another Dark to be able to make Winda on your opponent's turn. But if you have Hedgehog or Squamata, you get multiple Shaddolls in rotation, and then you can just add 2 Shaddolls back with your Arthalion and then fuse those 2 into Winda, right? That's why Hedgehog and Squamata are seeing more and more play in this deck, and I think it's very smart.
Pop a Speller Trap. You can recycle them with your Secretarion, or sometimes like you combo and then summon one of the dolls so you can then make Winda on the next turn. Like these cards were incredible, adding just a ton of +1s to your fusion spells.
Yeah, I would say like when I didn't draw these cards, I felt like my combo or just like my board was a lot weaker. And when I did draw these cards, I was like, oh,
yeah,
GG's, like felt really, really strong.
We have a really engine heavy deck basically. And,
I like that a lot. I think this is the future of Dracotail in the current TCG format. Is to you want to go engine heavy. I think the hand trap approach, as appealing as it might sound in the beginning, I think you should not. I think that route is not ideal right now because like yes, you can play this deck with like 20 hand traps, but like it's not. Yummy is not weak to hand traps. Vanquish Soul Canine is not that weak to hand traps. I don't think you win most of your games going second with that.
In testing, it just felt like any game I got to actually start playing and resolving my cards were games that I was winning. I didn't need to full stop my opponent. This deck is insane into half boards. Like this deck under Mulch Army, when you put your opponent under Mulch Army is like broken because it's a catch-22. If your opponent doesn't make their full board, insanely easy to crack with just engine. And if they do make their full board, they give you so many.
The Shaddoll cards are pretty bad into Retaliating Sea though. This is a good point, and this is an interesting development that you're gonna have to pay attention to in the future. Is that at the moment, I can assure you at these last weekend's regionals, most people probably didn't play Retaliating Sea because people are just like not respecting Dracotail. They don't think it's that good. Everyone is probably preparing for Yummy and Canine, and maybe still for some of the older decks like Malice and Mitsu. But I think most people were not like really prepping super hard for Dracotail. And that's why like the heavy engine builds are working at the moment. But if people start respecting Dracotail more and playing cards like Retaliating Sea, you're gonna have to play more, like you're gonna have to switch up your thing. Like the exact same thing happened in the OCG. Dracotail was, it came out, no one really cared about it. Then people realized it was actually really good, and then people started playing Retaliating Sea, and then the Dracotail lists had to adapt and play. We looked at that. We looked at some OCG reports back in the day where it said like, okay, people have stopped playing King of the Swamp because the poly is too bad into Retaliating Sea. Instead, I don't remember what they played. Maybe Cartesia was the one that came into the decks then. But like they did something to counter Retaliating Sea.
Draws that your fusions just get exponentially more powerful. So, and then the other sub engine we played was the King of the Swamp and the Poly. This was absolutely broken for me, at least.
I gotta agree.
So this lets you do a few things. A, gives you an extra fusion. One problem that this deck does have is every single one of your spells and traps in your entire deck is ashable. All 4 of these. So Ash becomes like a kind of a god card. So does Purge against 3 of these. Bell against these 2. So basically being able to play through an Ash by having an additional fusion summon is just like, it sounds simple, but it's actually so broken because You could basically get to blow past the limitations of your deck. Not only that, by playing Poly, we have access to Guardian Chimera, which is a god card. That card is so broken.
That card saved me a few times.
Yep. And then also we have access to Dragoon, which is also a god card.
God. I just want to say, I had a game where my opponent full comboed me, like full Vanquish full comboed me, and then I just summoned Dragoons, and like he couldn't produce more than one way to out it per turn. And so every time I just Dragoons negated it, and then that guy just got big. Like he literally is like, can't be targeted, can't be destroyed by card effects, gains 1,000 every time I negate. Oh my god, he literally scooped like on the second turn of Dragoons. He was like, I just can't out this. Like, and then the other thing that like Jesse was saying, with King of Swords for Poly, we have, what is it, 5 independent ways to fuse, right? Poly, Malulu, 5 mana, and then those spells. So like 5 going second, 4 going first. That's a lot of way to fuse, right? Like, where like Branded like loses to 1 Ash Blossom, like we're pretty chilling. We have a lot of ways to fuse, and then all of our monsters have insane effects when we get to fuse them. So.
Yep. So I wouldn't change any of this, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I really like the sub engines. Like my deck felt super strong. Like I said, I summoned Dragoons and my opponent started. I'm like, what do I do?
Yep. And then for the rest of the non-engine, it's actually very, very short. A lot of the Dracotail lists that you probably have seen so far, I played a ton of hand traps, just trying to use Arthurian to recycle them. But we took a different approach. So first we played the Azuna Lupus package, and then 2 nibs. The only reason it's 2 nibs is for space.
40 cards.
You got to play 40 in this format, in my opinion. Fuelos is the only actually good hand trap, and 5 mana. So I'm just trying to see those cards as much as possible.
Yep.
We prioritized hand traps that created a board presence, because building your board on your opponent's turn is just absolutely unethical. So the Azuna was a nice complement to the Dragontail engine. You'll see when we do the extra deck, we only played a couple targets to exceed, but it was completely fine because they work together very well. One thing about Nib, Nib might look a little dubious in a format where Ripper is like super common, because obviously this card gets checked. But when we have Izuna, Nib, and 5 mana, there are too many powerful cards that your opponent has to Ripper negate. And the way I thought about these cards was in a little bit of a hierarchy, where if I had 5 mana, I would use Nib or Azuna to force that through. I would make sure, if I was forced to do so, I would, send the Azuna into the Ripper negate to then push through one of the Nib or the 5 mana. And then when it comes to like Azuna and Nib, you can use the Azuna to threaten the Ripper, force through the Nib. So these cards are very, very, like they work really well in tandem. So even though it looks like we don't have the other hand traps, because the rest of the hand traps are just the 6 Molcharmies, even though it looks like we don't have a lot of ways to pair with the Nib.
It's very interesting. I'm happy we checked this one out first, because it's very far from the standard. And I do think this is a great direction to take the deck for now. I think it's legit to play maybe some hand traps in the deck if you can fit them, but the thing is just like, you're not gonna win a lot of games this format by just playing like 3 Veiler, 3 Ghost Ogre, 3 Nib, 3 Ash, 3 Droll, whatever people are doing in Dracotail, simply because the decks at the moment are very good to push through those. We are headed into a direction with Yu-Gi-Oh in general where that's the case, right? Like, I think there's like legitimate reasoning to play some hand traps, but it honestly, depending on how future archetype design goes, the concept of like 20 plus just normal hand traps might just be dead for now. In at least in current Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't think it's gonna be like good. It's like that was a very specific development because of Snake Eyes and Yu Bell last year. I think we are moving past that point relatively quickly, which is good. It's that part is good news. That that type of deck is also going away. It shows a lot about the game. It's good for the game, I think. And I think Dracotail, like, while the deck can be played in that fashion, I think that is just not going to be the ideal way. I think you could see formats where you play like, maybe you just play like Effect Veiler in Dracotail just because you can recycle it and it's not once per turn, or DD Crow, or whatever. Like, those cards could make it into the deck at some point, but for now, I think this approach, I think it's cool. One problem with this approach, just one thing that you have to be aware of when you play this deck, I do think this deck is a little bit limited in its ability to win games going first if you don't have the Shadol cards. Because basically, the only non-engine you play to back up your board is Izuna and Nib, which is a little specific. And if you don't have access to any of the Shaddoll cards, your board is very breakable. So yeah. But it's fine. It's still good.
Our engine hand traps are so threatening that they literally just have to.
Now I want to see a Shaddoll fusion in the side deck, because that's what I've really been thinking about. I've really been thinking about like playing a Shaddoll package in the deck, and then play Shaddoll fusion in the side deck. I think that'll be sick.
Yeah, I totally agree. Also, the nice thing, like, this deck can afford to play 6 Moltres, because when you go first and you open the Moltres, you fuse for Altharion, and Altharion just like you just include extra materials from the hand, and then you transform them into the other cards in your
yeah. Charmies in this deck are no problem when you're going first, because you just fuse them away and add other cards back.
graveyard. Like, so broken. The Moltres becomes like a new 5 mana back in your hand. It's really strong.
So like if you lead King of the Swamp or you lead 5 mana, you can fuse Moltres plus a name. And then you either add back the name that you use, and then the 5 mana or the King of the Swamp, and you get to just recycle, and it's just so broken.
So good.
One thing that I got told a lot that I differ from is I really like Perulia this format, especially in this deck. So this card might seem weird in some matchups like Yummy, because your opponent can literally give you 0 draws with some hands, but there's no world they're giving you 0 draws and they're ending on Herald. Herald is the literally only problematic card in that matchup. If they don't end on Herald, then they're dead.
Yeah, they just lose.
I was actually okay with playing a card where if my opponent gave me 0 draws on it, it meant they had a half board. Like I said earlier, the Dracotail engine into half boards is just unfair.
It's insane. Yeah, what's really broken about it is that every board breaking effect, you know, like Malulu, like Pan, like Orgala, are non-targeting interruptions. So therefore your opponent either has to like respond to them, and then you get to hit something else, or if they don't respond, then you just like turn off their strongest boss monsters, pop their important like spells and traps and all that stuff. It's really really good. Like I had a game where I Ketu'd, fused Urgala, Malulu, and Pan, and my opponent was like
yeah, their whole board is gone after that one.
Pop, negate. Like, yeah, shout out to Tom. That was Tom in the back.
So yeah, 40 cards, and just the last thing to say is just making sure like this is like a cohesive non-engine strategy. Like we didn't add any, like you'll notice no Ash Blossom in the main deck, just because it felt like that wasn't pairing with our cards well. So it's something to keep in mind when you're deck building. Like try to make it so that your non-engine works well together, and not just like cards that you think are generically good in a format.
Also, no Ash Blossom in the main, because we didn't really care. We didn't care at all about Perulia. Like if we got Perulia, it was easy to give our opponents 0 draws and end on like the same board and like.
I think at the moment Ash Blossom is not necessary per se unless your deck sucks into Charmies. However, I will say that I think Ash Blossom is still one of the best hand traps against Vanquish Soul K9 specifically. It is a little bit of a gamble if you play into Vanquish Soul K9 and you have Ash, but like the deck is already kind of on the inconsistent side. And if you have an Ash for one of their starters, unironically, like it's not that likely that K9 Vanquish Soul opens 2 starters. Sometimes they will though. Sometimes they will, and then it's gonna feel like your Ash was completely wasted. But I did draw a couple of opening hands with Vanquish Soul K9 last week, and it was like a decent amount of those hands just pass to 1 Ash. Even if you can hypothetically extend with Izuna sometimes because you got Ashed, like for the most part, Ash on Stake Your Soul, Ash on Rhoda, or Ash on Raisin sometimes was like really, really strong.
Like slightly weaker board. And if we got Fluid,
but yes, if they open Jockle and they make Ripper first, then the Ash is gonna suck. Like it's very hit or miss. But if it hits big against K9 Vanquish Soul.
Cross max to end on the full board, and it's like, okay, sure, you went +1.
But I understand not playing it.
Good board. I have probably like a Widow Winda in hand. I have either like a Nib in hand, a Izuna in hand. Like it's really, really strong.
Yeah, with the way our hand traps are, you either like have a way to Winda or Dragoon, or you have Nib or Izuna alongside your board, and it's just not like the Dragontail board by itself is not an insane board, but paired with those is just unbeatable, to be honest. All right, move on to the side deck. So our side decks differed a little bit, and our extra deck also differed by a couple cards because we didn't have access to everything on the day of, so we decided to experiment a little bit.
I literally put my list together. Like I was gonna play Krish on K9, and then I changed my list 5 minutes before deck list submissions. So I was trembling. I was like, man,
that
Jesse,
was a scramble.
It worked out though.
It worked out. So for the side deck, I cited 1 Magnamut. This card's really nice because it searches your engine, but I don't think it's great into most matchups, so I didn't main it. 3 Lancia.
I didn't put that card in one time.
I think put it in against. I played against like 1 or 2 Kristrons.
The thing with Lancia in this deck is that if you Lancia Malice once, you Lancia Malice every turn if you want. It's so busted.
So I put it in that instance. I don't even think this card's that good against Crystron, but if they don't have any Crystron engine rolling, and they don't have Infinity, they don't have Dragster, and they just only have K9 cards,
the K9 board is so easy to break.
Yeah, they're getting exploded.
It's crazy, yeah.
3 Fenrir. This is like the god going first card in this deck. It checks Azuna, it checks 5 mana, it checks Holy Stew, it adds you a monster, which is a free fusion material. This card is just...
There's the argument of playing Foolish, so you got another way to Lancia. I mean, you can play Foolish in this deck if you play the Shaddols, because you can just kind of use it as an upstart goblin, I guess. But then in some hands, you can send a monster just to add it back. You know, like, let's say you're going first and you already have a lot of engine. You would really like to have non-engine, and then you can like Foolish in the Biru or something and add it to your hand. Your opponent knows it's there, but it's still good. I could see people playing Foolish in this deck at some point.
It's insane.
Why not just main Fenrir? You can main deck Fenrir in this deck, and I think some people are doing that, and I think that's legit. The argument to not do it is that you are sometimes starting your turn with monsters when you're going second, right? Like when in this particular build, they have Nibiru, they have 5 mana to make a fusion on the first turn of the opponent's turn, and they played the K9 package, right? So like when you're going second, most likely you're not going to be able to use Fenrir, and also, like, going second while Fenrir is still good into boards, it doesn't actually win you the game most of the time. So, like, that's why people are siding it. But I think you can main it if you really want to.
Every matchup going first.
Because the thing is, like, you're playing Dracotail, so as long as you can play, you can always fuse the Fenrir away and add another card back from your grave with the Arthalion, right? Like, if you... But that is the if, right? If you can play, you can fuse it off. But, yeah.
Going in, and then going second, I was putting this into Yummy just because the threat of like it forces Herald, and also if they don't have Herald or something, like the threat on the field spell of banishing it face down can force them to use Surprise to like, you know, move their field spell around, which is like, sure, now you just wasted a disruption trying to protect your field spell, which I'm usually end up outing anyways. Like I have Fenrir now, it's easy for me to make an SP, you know, like stuff like that.
And then Ash Blossom in the side deck. So for me, these were going first cards, the Fenrir and the Ash Blossoms. I took out the 6 Charmies for these 6 in essentially every matchup. Just because obviously you don't want the multi Charmies in first.
You needed
and all 6 of these beat Azuna and Holy Stew, which is really nice. The Ash doesn't interact with the Femena, but you know.
The other thing about the Ash is the only time I ever put it in going second was against K9 Vanquish. And it's just that, like, with the idea that if I can Ash, like, if they only have one way to Vanquish Soul Engine, again, we can break the K9 board, like, so easily. So if I can just Ash, like, their Vanquish Soul card and just, like, hope that that's all they have, you know, it's not a great strategy, but again, we have all of our other non-engine to pair with it, so it works out pretty well.
Okay, so for the next few slots, this is gonna look weird. I decided to, like, experiment a little bit.
So everything before this, we both played, like, the main deck, what was this, like...
Except for Mag.
11 cards? No, I played Mag.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I played Mag, Cool. So these, what was it, 10 cards? These 10 cards, the main deck, we all played the same. And then the main difference is, so Jesse was saying these...
Alright, yeah, so the last 5 cards that we played in our side decks were different. Because it was a regional, I just wanted to experiment a little bit. I had an idea. I ended up playing the 3 Ultimate Slayers, 1 Malong and 1 Garua.
Why are we so far away now?
Basically, up until last night, this card was Super Poly in my side deck.
Which is what I played.
Yeah, Julian ended up playing the Super Polys.
No Shadow Fusion?
So basically, this slot was for the Mirror and for Yummy. Super Poly can summon Secretarian in the Mirror, like clear their board, summon a Floodgate. That's pretty great. Against Yummy, you can clear Herald and any one of their guys to summon Mud Dragon. An untargetable monster is very difficult for that deck to deal with, especially if you can clear Minion. I chose to try out the Slayer for a few reasons. One, I wanted my card to cover Ryzeal variants in case people are still playing that. 2, if you go Slayer on a Yummy Synchro, send Malong. Malong can also force Herald, so it performs similarly to Super Poly while covering other matchups, but it's not quite as good as Super Poly because you don't get like the super boss monster out of it.
Yeah, Shadow Fusion isn't as good into Yummy.
Relatively fine. Like,
what do you think?
Either way.
Would you rather have played Super Poly or?
Yeah, probably in a vacuum, but I wanted to give this a try. Like the one time I drew this against Yummy, I misplayed it, to be honest. I like jumped the gun and targeted the Herald with the Slayer when I was supposed to target the Yummy Synchro. It didn't end up mattering. That game was weird, but yeah, that was the main difference in the side deck there.
Yeah, just those 5 cards. And then, like, it's pretty easy to like our side deck, we low-key had hella space in it just because our main deck we felt was already so perfect for all the matchups. And so we didn't feel like we needed that many cards. We didn't want to side out too much engine.
Yeah.
So then we're like, well, we actually have the space to play these two, and then it's easy for us. Like for example, against Yummy, you saw we play Azuna, right? We just take out the XYZs because we take out Azuna against Yummy. So it's really easy to decipher it.
Yep. And then for the extra deck, this is also mostly the same except for a few cards. So we played
one card.
one card.
Yeah.
Yep. So 3 Altharian, 1 Galamel. You could play 2 Galamel, but you don't have to. I had it come up one time, but it didn't end up losing me the game that I didn't have a 5th synchro. One thing that you can do is you can use the traps to put back synchros, or you can use Artharian to put back a synchro.
They're not synchros.
Fusions.
Okay, bro, it's a
Yeah.
long day.
You can use the traps to put back the fusions, or use Artharian to do so. So even if you run out of them, like you have ways to get them back that aren't just playing more. Secretarion is like a pseudo boss monster for this
You can
deck.
also put them back or summon them back.
That's true. You can put it back too.
Yeah, that's true.
So this card's like, the floodgate effect is really not that good. I'm gonna be honest. In the mirror, it's not as insane as you would think it is to turn that off, because all of your ways to interact with your opponent's board are in the graveyard anyway, except for Artharian. So you could just out Secretarion. But this card's great because it can revive Muller, Malulu, and you get an extra fusion summon on your opponent's turn, which is awesome. Also played Mysterion. I only summoned this card a couple times, but it's just an additional. One thing that's really important about these two cards is they're both able to be fusion summoned with stuff that's only on your board. One thing about the Dracotail cards is that you have to use monsters in your hand. So if you get in a grindy game state and you're low on monsters, you break their board, you add back Femena. If you don't have any other monsters in your hand and your traps get stopped to draw, you still need something to be able to make, and these cards come up for that. Dragoon, that's for the King of the Swamp. That card's broken.
This guy's the go.
Yep. Yummy like basically cannot out this, so it's like it's kind of a win con.
They literally can't out it.
Winda, this card's also insane. Every time this card got summoned, it basically won. Guardian Chimera off of the poly. Every time this card got summoned, also won. Basically, these 3 cards are, if you meet the conditions to summon them, that's game.
Yeah. Also, Guardian Chimera is broken because like it's never getting ashed. Because every time we fuse or something,
Yeah, you can
we chain
always
block
chain block it.
We
So
always chain
nice.
block it, and then non-target pops, draw cards, and then we set cards with our other guys. It's really
Guardian
nice.
Chimera is
Never
such a
a raw
sick
Guardian
card, man.
Chimera. And then for links, played the Spirit and the Seals. Spirit's just so you can convert Lucius into a dragon. It's fine. SP. In some matchups, we don't make the Seals. We just choose to make SP instead, especially against Vanquished Soul or against Azuna decks where you don't think Seals is going to be as good, just because the Seals is a little bit vulnerable to the turn 0 plays. It's really great in the
This feels like the longest deck tech ever. This is how more deck profiles should be. I'm letting you know right now. It's also longer because I keep pausing and adding my own stuff to it. But like, it's because they're not just saying like, oh yeah, this card's the best card in the deck. Next up, obviously you play that card. You have to play that card.
though, and you get an extra Muller.
Like this is a new and exciting deck that still needs a lot of solving, and so this is awesome.
Malulu out of the Seal summon, and if you already have Malulu, say you made Secretarion and summoned out Malulu, then this can summon you a Pan or an Urgula or a Magnuma if it's in your deck, and you get some additional fusion material or additional interaction. So these were great. And then Ripper and Valon. I am fond of this package in terms of using Azuna. I really never felt like I missed Nash Knight or anything like that. Valon's a crazy card.
Yeah, Valon's insane. Like, you also, like,
even in the mirror,
if they're about to make Azuna, you don't have to, like, you need to summon Valon, but you don't have to use it yet. You can just sit on your Valon and be like, okay, whatever you summon is getting booked, you know? Like,
and
you don't have to use
the
it
fact that it's always untargetable when we make it, because we're only ever making it with Lupus, means that we can just like stick this thing in the EMZ. It's untargetable, it books something, and if you play against Crystron, you can utilize the funny card in the extra deck, which is the Chimera Tech Mega Fleet Dragon. This actually came up for me a couple times because I played against a couple Crystron.
Yeah, I think the standard line for Crystron is like SP in the extra monster zone now.
This card does, it lets you contact fuse any Cyber Dragon on the field with any number of extra, monsters in the extra monster zone. So against Crystron, you literally don't have to hand trap them or board break them at all. You can remove their SP and their Cyber Dragon Infinity with just literally summoning a monster from your extra deck. So broken. Ironically, the 2 times I did it, one time it did not win me the game, and then the other time, because my hand was like, I had no starter cards, basically, and then the other time it was just an unnecessary action I took because I wanted to make the card. But against Crystron, like, one cool thing you can do is summon Valon in the EMZ, and that way, even if they don't make the SP, they really cannot out Valon unless they can get to Nash Knight, and then if they don't do that, then you can contact Valon and their Infinity for Chimera Tech, and then you can Valon out another card as well.
So
yeah, because like one way Crystron could play around it, which is, I think that's an interesting part about playing Crystron, I guess, is like the reason why the Mega Fleet works is because they have SP in the extra monster zone and Cyber Dragon Infinity not in the extra monster zone. You could theoretically use the Infinity to attach the SP Little Knight to itself as material, which is like, of course, counterintuitive because it makes your board weaker, but you don't lose to the Mega Fleet anymore. So it's like, I guess you just have to guess how many people are playing Mega Fleet, which probably not many. I mean, most, there's a lot of decks that just can't fit the Mega Fleet, I guess. Like, I don't think Yummy or K9 Vanquish Soul have the room to play Mega Fleet. Yeah.
I wasn't able to get my hands on one of these when I was like resubmitting my new deck list. So instead I played Zeus with the idea of just like, when you make Valon, like it's untargetable, right? So you go battle, attack, make Zeus effect. That didn't come up for me once. In theory, like it could come up, but I definitely think that any other card in the extra deck would probably be better than this. Like I don't think this actually comes up in a real game state.
One cool thing that you can do that
just put Infinity in the extra monster zone. That also plays around it, but that the standard, like I said, the standard K9 Vanquish Soul combo, K9 Crystron combo makes SP Little Knight. So yeah.
Is play a cross sheep. That's something our friend Nate played, and that had topped with like I think Logan's list. And that lets you like link any two monsters into cross sheep, and then if you have an Autharian or a Galamon Grave, you can trigger it, summon. Cross sheep can revive Lucius, and you just get a bunch of link materials. You get a Lucius search. It's like a pretty cool play. So that's something you could consider playing. But the reason we didn't play a bigger link package is because if you take note of what we have a King of the Swamp target, we have a Beast target, we have a Poly target, we have the Izuna targets. There's no space with how we built it. If you didn't play like Izuna, for example, you could definitely fit other stuff. Like this is a pretty lenient extra deck, all things considered.
Yeah, for sure, lots of space.
Yeah, I was about to say that when they showed the side deck, I was surprised they put the fusion targets for Super Poly / Ultimate Slayer like in the side deck. But now that I'm seeing the extra deck, I'm like, okay, that makes sense because you play a lot of requirements for the choices in the main deck, right? King of the Swamp means we have to play Dragoon. Shadal's mean we have to play Winda, and so on and so forth. So it gets tight. Which normally the Dracotail extra deck is pretty open.
But yeah, that's gonna be it. Any last shout outs before we go?
All right.
No, just
that was cool.
The whole gang.
Yeah.
Shouts to everyone, and also
that was a very insightful deck profile. I appreciated that. That honestly, that already basically has yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if we need to watch more Dracotail deck profiles now. For now. Because Dracotail is a deck that like there's so much to solve about it, so many different ways you can build it. I really just want to get like get cooking myself, you know what I mean? Like I kind of want to just like try it out. I'm not gonna attend any regionals this month because I'm focused on Master Duel, but I already have like I've already gotten like 3 tickets for regionals next month after Worlds. And I'm planning to definitely bring Dracotail to at least one of those regionals. So I'm gonna observe some of the developments that are happening until then. But I definitely want to bring Dracotail to a regional next month. Also, Lil is soon. Lil is 1.5 months, right? Don't we get another set before Lil though? Like we are supposed to get the next, like, what is it, Doom of Dimension already before Lil? I mean, yeah, okay, Doom of Dimension is going to change some stuff, but not like everything. Yeah. All right. All right, very short toilet break, and then we'll take a quick look at the OCG metagame. And then we'll do a TCG tier list, and then we'll play some Master Duel and do some Worlds preparations. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, speaking of Doom of Dimension releasing just in time to be legal for YCS Lille, I guess. I want to check out its impact on the OCG format right now, because as you can see here in this newest OCG Metagame Report from Road of the King, we have new product release, Doom of Dimensions. And Doom of Dimension was predicted to be a just okay set, I suppose. Like, nothing too crazy in it. There's some good support for Yummy in there, which you can already see has had quite the impact, because Yummy has actually overtaken Vanquish Soul K9 for the first time in, I believe, months. That Vanquish Soul K9 is not the biggest deck in the format. Doom of Dimension really feels more like, yeah, you're putting it right. It's more like a DLC to this format, right? Like it's adding like a couple of interesting cards to Justice Hunter's format, basically. And that is honestly, like, from a player perspective, I don't mind this too much. I don't think every single set has to completely change everything in the game. Of course, from a product perspective, it's not looking like the best set because of that, you know, which is that's a topic on for another day. But just in terms of immediate meta impact, let's take a look at some of the things that have changed about these decks. Yummy. Marshmallow Yummy is a new effect monster from Doom of Dimension. Marshmallow is a boost to Yummy consistency and resiliency as it functions as both a starter and an extender. Yeah, that card seemed great because you can just, any Yummy name can do the combo. You can just normal summon it and play. But just having one extra name in rotation that can also be an extender is great. I'm a little interested here. It's funny to me because I guess it's because no one is playing Droll that they can just get away with playing Piri Rise Map. From someone who is like, from my current TCG perspective, I think it's funny that they are playing less copies of the starters here. They play less copies of Cookie and less copies of Lollipop. Instead, they go for more like Rhodas. Which is a weird decision from the perspective of TCG at the moment, because everyone was playing Droll, but I guess in the OCG right now, Droll is not that popular. Because, the reason they're doing this, of course, is because Cupsy is technically by far, I think, the best starter, right? So, like, instead of playing like 3-3-3-3 for 12 Yummy names, they play 3-3-2-1, 3 Rise Map for still 12 Yummy names, but like 6 of those 12 are Cupsy, basically, right? That's the logic here, I guess, which in a format without Droll makes a lot of sense. They are, well, technically, I'm sure some of them play Droll, but it's not very common. Bro, we're getting no other deck lists? Okay. Other than that, honestly, this literally looks like a Yummy deck list from last format, but -3 Yummy names plus 3 Marshmallow. Right? That's literally it. They're not playing the new continuous spell. They just took out 3 Yummy names for 3 Yummy names. Pretty much. No Hornet Drones? Yeah, but that's always an optional card, right? In Yummy. That's always been an optional card. Okay. Vanquish Soul. Ooh, do they play Noroi? Oh, they play one copy of it. Okay, interesting. A combo opening with Noroi is as follows. Normal summon Noroi, special Jockle. Jockle add Lantern. Noro make Ripper. Ripper add another Jockle. Lantern, special itself and Noroi. Lantern add Case. Case add Izuna. Noroi send Case, look at opponent's hand. Jokel effect, special itself and Izuna from hand. Izuna send Lupus. Make Skuldred. God, okay. So this is how, I guess this is how the K9 cards bridge into Vanquish Soul, is you just spit a bunch of monsters onto the field and then make Sorry Yugioh. I mean, I guess that works. Sure. And you get to keep the Ripper as well. You get to keep the Ripper as well. Yeah. I mean, yeah, one Noroi making Ripper plus Saryuja seems kind of broken. This reminds me of the Millennium Engine, right? A little bit. Because it's like, it's a one card starter for any deck technically. And you can just look at the next 4 cards and see if your starter is there, right? It also fixes attributes of range. Yeah, no, it seems pretty good. It's interesting though, they only play one of it. I guess it is a normal summon after all. It is a normal summon, so yeah. Super Poly seems to be a card of choice here, also for Yummy mainly, I think. What was the fusion now? What was the what is this? Accent Kicker Oracle? Yeah. This is a psychic monster plus a Synchro Caesar Link. Oh, holy Sue! Oh, okay. Oh. Oh. More Valon, yeah. Ooh, that's a good Super Poly target. Jesus. Ah, yeah, okay. No, Super Poly is getting pretty interesting in the format when that card comes out. I didn't really consider that card because at the moment Super Poly is not great in the TCG against K9 Vanquish Soul. It's good against Yummy. Won't help us versus Paradise though. You are correct. However, I think like I am optimistic that the ban list that we are getting after Worlds at some point, maybe they will announce it at Worlds or like shortly after Worlds, like at some point in September. I think surely, right? Paradise Smash. Look, they banned it in Master Duel even before any of this comes out. It's banned in the OCG, surely. Surely. I can't believe Master Duel killed it first. That's how low the bar is, you know? Like, you know, a card absolutely needs to be banned when Master Duel bans it before the TCG. That's crazy. That's crazy. They banned nothing in Master Duel, dude. It was more likely that they would limit Lupus before banning Paradise Smasher. Like, that was the more likely outcome in the universe that we live in. Because that's just how Master Duel works. Well, yeah. A little skeptical about it because the rarity upgrade. Sure, it has a collector's rare in the thingy, but like, I don't know, man. But yeah. Unfortunately, this is all the lists that they've highlighted here. Conclusion, Doom of Dimension has a moderate impact on the metagame in the initial weeks of release. Yummy and K9 Vanquish are still the top 2 contenders, but Yummy takes over the top spot with the addition of Marshmallow. DD also received new cards and saw a boost to its competitiveness, placing DD in the likes of Sky Striker and Lunalight. DD's best performance over these 2 weeks was Salted Fish, who went 8-2 and finished top 32 in the China City tournament, which had 800 players. Okay. I mean, other notable decks, I suppose. In 3rd place behind Vanquish Soul, we saw Malice. In 4th, we saw Dracotail. Then was DDD, then Sky Striker, then Pure K9, K9 Crystron, Lunalight, White Forest. Yeah, a bunch of like the current tier 2 decks in the OCG are still doing well. No Magnifi-Storm at all, which is another archetype that I have high hopes for from the thing. Maybe there's one here. Okay. My goat! 1 Magnifi-Storm Sky Striker Runic. Let's go. The world is healing. Okay, wonderful. That's cool. The only Magnificestorm anywhere. Okay. I mean, yeah. Doom of Dimension is looking, unfortunately, only okay. But the thing is, like, at least from my perspective, Justice Hunter's format. Let's take this and maybe put it into the TCG. Like, at the moment in TCG, I am happy with the format. Like, I'm happy with Justice Hunter's format. I'm looking forward to playing Justice Hunters. And I honestly think it would be really sad if Doom of Dimension changed this format drastically before we even got to play a single YCS with it, because our first YCS after Justice Hunters is YCS Lil. So I think this set only like slightly changing the format is... I prefer it this way, honestly. It's gonna be bad for the set, but like good for the game, I think, personally. I don't know. I think it's fine. It's probably gonna be a mediocre set though, because there's not gonna be a whole lot of chase cards in there. Also, they're probably gonna make... This is probably the worst news about all of this. Marshmallow Yummy is probably by far the most anticipated card in Doom of Dimension, which means they're going to make it a secret rare, which means it's going to look different from all the other Yummy monsters, which are ultra rares. Unless you get all of them in Starlight. Then you can have matching Yummies. Only if you play all Starlights, then you can have matching Yummies. So far, the deck building set support was quite low rare. Yeah, but like if they don't make Marshmallow a secret rare, this set is gonna have like nothing, no? I don't know. March Hare and Star Ryzeal treatment? Yeah, exactly. No, you just yapped. The deck build pack support was secret rare for Ryzeal and Malice. They were both secrets. Nah, I think it's gonna be a secret. You heard it here first. Okay. All right. All right, we have to feed the YouTube channel a little bit, so we're doing a Justice Hunters tier list with my first impression of the current format. Which I want to see. I'm excited to talk about the format, so I want to do this. So yeah, let's talk about current Justice Hunters format. Keep in mind, this is my first impression of the format. I am currently very much focused on testing for Master Duel Worlds, so I've only had a limited amount of time playing with these decks. I have played with Justice Hunters a little bit, not as much as I would have liked to, because I think this format is awesome. I think all three of the new decks are worth trying out and are really, really cool. So yeah, that's that. But let's talk about it a little bit. I have these in completely random order. Maybe I'll pull something up first. Let's pull this deck up first. Wait, hold up. Where's Mitsurugi? Oh, there's Mitsurugi. I have Mitsurugi. Never mind. Okay, saved. I was like, did I forget Mitsurugi? No, I didn't. Vanquish Soul Canine, I do believe is going to be a top tier deck. However, I will say one thing. I feel like Vanquish Soul Canine was anticipated as like the best deck by so much because it's been dominating the OCG for such a long time. The deck is not as good or like as far above the rest as you might think. Unironically, I think this deck is not even straight up that much better than pure Vanquish Soul at the European Championship was. Because something I've noticed with when I was playing this deck for the first time with the Canine cards added to it is that compared to the previous version with like Pot of Extravagance and stuff like that, you are missing some consistency in that deck. Like you are losing the Pot of Extravagance, and as an exchange, you gain like a higher ceiling with the Canine cards, which is not always better. You know, sometimes you draw a hand where it's like, okay, I have instead of a Pot of Extravagance, I have like a Jockle in my hand now, but I can't do anything with that because I don't have another level 5. So it doesn't add anything to my hand. And then, like, you know, you get interrupted on something, like your Stake Your Soul gets ashed or whatever, and then it's just like, okay, well, now, what now, right? So the deck is stronger than, like, it has a higher ceiling than Pure Vanquish Soul, but it has more consistency issues. So honestly, it's give and take. It's give and take. The way I would like to put it is, like, I think your good hands are now a lot better than before, but you have more bad hands as well. So it is kind of a more, it's like a higher variance version of Pure Vanquish Soul, in my opinion, from previously. So I think it's top tier. I think it is absolutely super strong and super hard to beat if it draws access to the Vanquish Soul cards. Like, if it doesn't brick, it is very, very powerful. But I also don't think you are completely crazy if you just kept playing Pure Vanquish Soul with, like, Pot of Extravagance. Unironically, I think that's also fine. Yeah, I think that's legit. And I also think there's other variants of K9 decks that could also very much be as good, if not better. So I think it's a top tier deck, but I think there are more top tier decks. Next up, why don't we just do all the new decks first? No need to, like, hold them until the end. K9 Crystron. Let's do all the K9s first. K9 Crystron, I think, is a deck with top tier potential. I think this is a deck that I wouldn't be surprised if it was even stronger than Vanquish Soul K9 in certain circumstances. This is a deck where the K9 cards actually give you consistency, because cards like Sylphefnir or Solfador are cards that are typically, or like sometimes, stuck in your hand in Crystron decks. And in this deck, you actually, like, use the K9 cards to get those out of your hand and get your Crystron engine going, as well as you can actually bridge into the Crystron cards with a rank 5, which is like the Infinitrack River Stormer or whatever. So the deck is strong. The deck still suffers a little bit, I think, from, like, Lancia, if people still play it for Malice. Like, Lancia, the K9 cards are good into Lancia, but the Crystron cards obviously aren't that great. So I think it's a deck that I need more time to evaluate, but I do think it has top tier potential, which is why I made that category for decks that I'm sure are good. I'm just not sure if they are actually better than something like Vanquish Soul K9, but I think K9 Crystron is good. At least looking at the OCG, it's a deck that people played, even though most people tend to prefer K9 Vanquish Soul, but that could also just be because they have Max C. K9 Crystron is, like, terrible into Max C, but we don't have that problem. So I think it could be good for the TCG, unironically. The combos it does are strong. The K9 cards work very well in the deck, and you don't have to worry about Max C as much. So it's cool. Uva is going to be also pretty strong against it, even though you probably have some lines around it, but Uva is good against it. And then K9 in general, I wanted to talk about for a second, because I think, like, as far as I'm concerned, there isn't really a pure K9 deck at the moment. At least, like, no one has really done it in any of the regionals that I've seen, or at least not in the ones that, like, the top cuts that I've looked at. So something like a pure K9 deck probably has to go into all right. But I also wanted to mention that I think, like, the K9 engine in general, even past those two decks, like Vanquish Soul and Crystron, I think the K9 is an engine with top tier potential. Like, there is other decks that can play these cards for sure. They have very high potential if your deck has level 5s. I saw there was a regional that was won by K9 Memento Fiendsmith, where they just played the K9 cards as extra hand traps, but you can also use, like, Jockle to summon, like, the Tatsuno Toshigo out of your hand or something, or Akihiron, and get into some rank 5s that way, and, like, protect your Memento combos with Ripper and stuff like that. It's good, I think. I think K9 is just a very high potential engine. So that's that. Yummy is a deck that I think is pretty strong, and without a doubt, I'm putting it at least here. But it honestly might as well be up here. I think one of the big advantages of Yummy is that it's one of the decks that does not trigger Izuna at all. And at least as of right now, a lot of people are still stuck playing like the regular hand traps, like your Ash, Valor, Imperm type decks. And those cards are not very good against Yummy. Yummy plays very well under those hand traps. Yummy also plays pretty well under cards like Droll and Lockbird, or the Charmies are also the half boards that Yummy makes into the Charmies are actually fine. So the key thing with Yummy is that it is very efficient when your opponent tries to stop you from making a board, basically. And at the moment, I think most people are trying to stop people from making boards. I think as soon as people realize that you can probably beat Yummy by using certain board breakers against it, like, I don't know, Super Poly or maybe even Dark Ruler or something like that, then maybe the deck gets a little worse if people start properly preparing for it. At the moment, I think it looks pretty well positioned, and it can play Imperm, Purge, a lot of hand traps basically that you can exploit the low consistency that that Vanquish Soul K9 has by using those hand traps against it that don't trigger Izuna. Because all of a sudden you can safely Imperm or Purge or Songs of the Dominators, a Raisin, without playing into the Izuna extender, right? And that's really good. So I think Yummy is a pretty high potential deck at the moment. I'm pretty confident to call it top tier in different variations. And then Dracotail. Dracotail, I think, goes in the very high of top tier potential for now. I personally am convinced that there is a version of Dracotail out there that could be the best pick for the format. I'm biased because it's by far my favorite deck from the new pack, but I just think this deck was criminally underrated in comparison to the other two, like K9 and Yummy. Everyone was like, oh, those are going to be so good. They're so strong in the OCG right now, and so on and so forth. I think Dracotail is such a powerful and grindy deck. And yes, it doesn't have the same like flashy combos as the other two. Like the Dracotail turn ones are like a little bit simpler. But I do think the simplicity is kind of like the beauty of this deck, where it can do so much with so little. And it also has so much room for improvement still, I think, for the TCG, because the TCG format is really not that close to the OCG format at the moment. We have huge differences in terms of the cards that are legal. And it's not just max seeded I'm talking about. I'm talking about so many other differences, like Talents being at 1, Called By being at 1, Appaloosa being banned. Actually, no, it's banned in the OCG now too. But like, I don't know, Baron not being legal. There's like so many fundamental differences. We have Mitsurugi as a deck, which is also something that makes a huge difference. We're going to talk about that later. But I think Dracotail, give it some time. Give players some time, because I've already seen some regional results from Dracotail with super different lists. Like some people are playing Shadolls, some people are playing Fenrir as well. A card that's banned in the OCG is great in Dracotail. Some people are playing Shadol, some people are playing King of the Swamp, some people are playing pure Dracotail with hand traps. Then there's so much other things you can do, like Cartesia, Patchwork, all that stuff. There's so much left to solve with Dracotail, whereas like the Vanquish Soul and Yummy deck lists are already kind of not solved, but like standardized to about like 80-90%. And I think Dracotail has so much potential in it. I would not be surprised if for certain tournaments someone finds a Dracotail list that just is really good against what everyone else is doing and then just like wins the event with it. I think Dracotail's awesome. Yeah. And now we're just going over some of the other stuff, all the older decks, and see how they would rank now. I think Archmage is a deck that I've actually experimented a little bit with. Archmage Fiendsmith. I think it's a cool deck. I think it's just all right though at the moment. I think the power level for Archmage just calls for like 1 or 2 more support cards. I don't think it is particularly good at the moment. It's an all right deck though. Like if you want to play Archmage for like local or regional level, I think it's playable. I'm not going to call it a bad deck because I don't think it is that. But yeah. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes goes like above this, I think. Maybe bottom of good. Like Blue Eyes is still a fine deck. I think Blue Eyes also, I think Dominus Purge is a decent card at the moment in this format. I think it's solid against specifically K9 Vanquish Soul because it's a deck that like is a little inconsistent. So if you can throw in a Dominus Purge against it, I think that's pretty solid. It's probably going to be the bottom of good though, just because it's like you are never going to beat these decks going second unless you really heavily hand trap them with Blue Eyes. Specifically, Yummy is going to be like really difficult when you go second. That's in general the problem with Blue Eyes. And Blue Eyes is completely fine going first, especially if you draw the Primate engine. But going second, you're going to have some trouble because right now there's not many decks in the format that you can successfully effect Veiler. And that's a problem for Blue Eyes. Ryziel variations. I think Ryziel variations are still good decks. Specifically these two, like Onomat and Heraldic Beast. Honestly, here's the thing, right? Ryziel decks were so powerful last format that they basically single-handedly forced everyone to play Droll and Lockbird. And only because everyone played Droll and Lockbird, these decks were actually like manageable, I suppose, last format. Is the right way to put it. Like they were strong, but like the existence of Droll kind of like kept them in check. The problem is that Droll and Lockbird becomes significantly worse against the new top tier decks, right? And so with Droll and Lockbird phasing out of the format a little bit, I think that is something that the Ryziel decks could heavily benefit from. And as long as all of these cards are legal, you can still do some crazy things. You can still hand loop with Ouroboros, which is crazy, and set up some other stuff like Cross and so on and so forth, which is still scary. The one thing that I think loses a lot of potential in the current format is the Protoss locking is probably going to go back like down a little bit, because if you don't know what you're playing against in game one, it's a little bit tougher to Protoss lock now, because previous format, it was like, okay, I'm going to go Protoss Call Dark, and well, that hits most of the decks in the format, like Mitsu and Malice. Now with Vanquish Soul, Yummy, Dracotail, Crystron, it's really difficult to blind Protoss. Post side, you can still do it, but game one, it's going to not be as relevant, which means you're going to have a tough time into Charmies, which, even though Droll is going to be a lot less popular for now, Charmies will not go anywhere, and Charmies are still really good against Ryziel, both Charmies, Fuva and Purulia. So I think they're still good decks, but I don't know if they're that good, really. Mitsurugi, on the other hand, I think is a deck that still has top tier potential. I think this is one of the most interesting questions for the upcoming format, is how well does Mitsurugi Ryziel, or even pure Mitsurugi, how well does that match up with the new decks? Super interesting question. Super hard to tell from the first weekend of tournaments, because on the one hand, I saw very few Mitsurugi decks in top cuts of regionals, but on the other hand, I also think that's because people just wanted to play the new decks. You know, like everyone wants to. Right now, everyone I know has like one or multiple of the new decks that they really vibe with and they really want to try it. So I just think the representation for Mitsurugi was relatively low, because everyone wanted to try K9 or Dracotail or Yummy, or maybe even Crystron K9 or whatever. Like everyone wanted to try those decks, so they like put their Mitsurugi cards aside and tried the new stuff. I think we're gonna still see people for like when the format gets serious, quote unquote, like at YCS, at the Canadian YCS soon. I could still see some people bring out the Mitsurugi cards and still do well with them, because I think it's not like Murakumo is a crazy interaction against Yummy. Also, like it's just it's still a really, really good deck. I honestly, I think you should not underestimate Mitsurugi moving forward. I think it's like the deck with I think it is the best pre-Justice Hunters deck, basically. Into the new format, I think. Yeah. Lunalight. I've never been a big fan of Lunalight, but I guess it is a solid deck. I think some of the new decks might struggle with the Panther Dancer, or Liger Dancer is the name. So I do think it's good, but I just don't vibe with it. I don't know. I haven't really played it that much. I've played against it a decent amount, and I think it's just that I guess if how does Vanquish Soul out the towers, I guess? Can Vanquish Soul out the Liger Dancer? Rocks. Yeah. Rebellion. Orger. I guess you can, yeah, I mean, you can do the same thing that we did with Pure Vanquish Soul, right? You can just make like, get the field spell out, protect your stuff, and just burn them to death. I don't know. I don't particularly like Lunalight, but yeah, I think the K9 cards make it easier to out the towers because you can make like the Arc Rebellion as well. Some people have been playing Kurikara or Dogoran as well, so not a big fan of it. Memento is still a really good deck. Yeah, probably like one of the like at the top of the good category. It's still a really strong combo deck that has board breaking potential going second, and is one of the strongest decks after you use a Charmy on your opponent when they can't make their full board. It does play into Izuna pretty badly whenever you start with Tatsuno Toshigo. I think that's a downside, right? Like when you start with Tatsuno Toshigo in hand and your opponent has Izuna, they'll just make like Valon book your horse, and that's like not easy to extend through. And a lot of your combos start that way, you know, like when you start the horse directly or Anguish, you have to do that. And then the Izuna is a really big punish. But yeah. It's still good, for sure. Punk is alright. Not a huge fan of the deck, honestly, but that's mainly because the way I've been seeing it is mostly with a lot of hand traps, and I just don't think that's a great approach. Like, Punk to me just screams a lot of one-card combos and a lot of hand traps, which is just not what I like to see in this format. However, you could maybe build it in a different direction and play other cards, because you do have a lot of non-engine space, but then the question is your board strong enough when you're going first? I'm not sure. You have a lot of hand effects that play into Izuna pretty badly, like when you start Foxy Tune to summon Zeamin from the deck or whatever, and it immediately gets booked. That's kind of awful. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really believe in Punk. Sky Striker, on the other hand, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Just give me a second of Sky Striker Copium, all right? Sky Striker is not a bad deck. And one of the main reasons why it really was tough to perform with Sky Striker before Justice Hunters was that everyone was playing Droll and Lockbird. And Droll and Lockbird is so good against Sky Striker. If people play less Droll and Lockbird, trust me, this deck in the hands of a good player is good. Is good. I'm not going to put it in top tier potential because I'm not delusional. But if people play less Droll, Sky Striker is a good deck. It is a good deck. Unironically, I think it's a good and playable deck if you don't have to worry about Droll and Lockbird that much. You can break yummy boards with Sky Striker, no problem. You might even be able to mess with Vanquish Soul K9 with full power like board breaker Sky Striker. I'd have to try it. I would have to try it in the new format because I only played it last format. But like, I think it's good. I think, honestly, I'm a little biased, but I think it's a good deck. I think it's a good deck. Better than Memento? I mean, yes. I think I would rather play Sky Striker next format than Memento. But there's also some bias in that. But yeah, I think it's good. I believe in it. Water. Eh, eh. It can't be that bad still. Because it's still a scary deck to go second against. It probably struggles with Izuna a little bit. Right? Because the annoying part about Izuna is that like the monster you summon with it is untargetable. Because normally the summoning a monster on turn 0 against Mermail is really scary because it turns on the Poseidra monster and the Poseidra Exceed. But like, because they're untargetable, it's actually fine. So Izuna is really good against Mermail because you can just make Ripper and stop an important graveyard effect. Or you make, like, depending on how they start, if they start with Shadow Squad to summon Neptibus, you can just book the Neptibus, which is pretty good. The XYZ does not target. Ooh, does the XYZ not target? Hold, let me double check that real quick. Poseidra, because I may have yapped. Ooh, okay, it does not target. You're correct. Actually, it does not target. That's true. Okay, then only the main deck Poseidra is scary. And you actually, the main deck Poseidra is not a problem, and the extra deck one is a huge problem then. Okay, that's fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I still think Mermail is like really scary when it goes first, but going second, I just don't really see it beating any of the top tier decks right now. Like whether it's Vanquish Soul, Yummy, I guess Dracotail maybe you can beat. Yeah, you can beat Dracotail with a good Mermail hand. Yeah, no, I believe that. But Crystron, Mitsu, like you're not breaking these decks with Mermail. So I think that's eh. Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith is this hurts me, by the way. I don't know where. Like pure Fiendsmith with hand traps is not going to be reliable. Because there simply aren't enough good hand traps for the format, I guess. I guess you could play Canines in it, like as hand traps as well as like ways to make Moon. Like maybe a Canine Fiendsmith deck could work. I could see that, even though Fiendsmith has like no level 5s. I've seen someone play like a Canine Primite deck with I think it had Fiendsmith in it as well. I thought that looked fun. I don't know. Maybe Fiendsmith Canine could be a thing, but like the Fiendsmith control deck is only okay. Like it's solid. But there's going to be a lot of matches where you just can't hand trap your opponent enough. So yeah. This is a tough one for me to evaluate because we just don't have the cards in Europe yet. But Gem Knights is something I wanted to include it, but I cannot do more than just give you my impression for it. And my impression is that, I mean, obviously we are talking about this as like blind second, break board and try to kill. I think a big difference between this and Sky Striker is that when you have to kill your opponent, you can't play Dark Ruler, which I think is a phenomenal card against Yummy and Vanquish Soul if you play the right deck for it. So, like, that not being a possibility for this deck is a little awkward. At the same time, I think you can probably kill Yummy relatively consistently. You might have some trouble against Vanquish Soul because Vanquish Soul can set up some really broken boards and the interruption is really layered. Like you have to force the back row, you have to deal with the monsters, and then the monsters can also tag out into more disruption from the hand. So even if you have like a droplet, they could still tag out into a Caesar later or summon Holy Sue later or whatever. So I think that matchup is not easy. But it still is a good deck probably. But this is it's only my impression. I haven't actually played against this deck because we still don't have the cards in Europe. We're getting them soon, but I was not able to really try this deck. So I think it's a good deck. Maybe I'm over or underestimating it by a little bit, but I think it's fine. Malice. Malice is still a deck with top tier potential. There's not much to really say about this. I think one thing that Malice could benefit from is people just have to, like, side decking is difficult in this format, I think, because like it's not actually possible to completely ignore the previous decks like Mitsurugi, Malice, and Raizio, but like you also have to respect the new decks, right? Like you have to respect Vanquish Soul K9, Yummy, Dracotail, Crystron K9, maybe all that things. Like it's kind of difficult to really justify putting super targeted hate into your deck, into your side deck at the moment. I think people are still going to play Lancia, but I think the times of playing Lancia and Chaos Hunter might be over. Like, for example, my deck at the European Championship, I main decked Meowls, I side decked Lancia and Chaos Hunter. That was the amount of like Malice hate I was using. I don't think you can afford to do that going forward. And I think if people just play Lancia, nothing else, then Malice is fine. Especially when it goes first, it's going to be very scary and very hard to stop. Of course, I think Vanquish Soul has a good matchup into Malice because the interactions you have are super powerful. Like Holy Suit Steel is really strong against Malice. If they ever play into Izuna by activating Marchair in hand, like the Izuna is also really good to like book their stuff with Valon. But Malice is good, I think. Still, I think Malice is still powerful. No questions asked. I think it's still a powerful deck, as much as I hate to admit it. Orchist is aight. Orchist is aight. That's it. Like maybe Mitsurugi Orchist can make something happen, but I'm not. I like Orchist. I'm not convinced I would play it at a big tournament, honestly. I could see someone still doing well with it. Let's say at a regional. I wouldn't be super surprised if someone topped the YCS with it, but I would be very surprised if someone was able to do something like it did last format, and just won NAWCQ. I feel like that was more of an outlier for Orchist, especially considering the power of the new decks. But it's still fine. Like I'm still calling it a good deck, you know? Like it's a lot of decks here. All of these things in good. I think there is like little reason from a competitive perspective to play them over the decks up here. But the reason can just be, I like this deck. And if that's your reasoning, it's completely fine to play any of these decks. Like, not everyone always wants to play the absolute best deck at a tournament. Sometimes you just want to play a deck because you like it. And all of these decks in good are all completely viable decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. Like, if you want to play a tournament with any of these decks, you can absolutely do well. If you put some work into them and play a good list and play it well, like, they're all legit, I think. Not Regenesis, though. This does not go for Regenesis. Regenesis is meh. It just, like, this is the definition of just... This deck is not just a little bit too fair. This deck is way too fair, unfortunately. Like, there's differences between... Dracotail is, like, fair, you know? Dracotail is a fair deck, maybe a little bit too fair, which is why I'm only putting it in top tier potential, but it's still really good. And Regenesis is just way too fair. So I'm not... I like the cards. I'm a really big fan of the concept, but I don't think it's good at the moment. Live Twin Fiendsmith is all right. I think it's way too bad into Fuva for it to be considered like an actually good deck. And Fuva is one of the few hand traps that everyone still agrees is still good. You know, like a lot of regular hand traps, Valor, Imperm, Ash, Ogre, whatever. Everyone's talking about, should we still play those? Should we cut them? Everyone still agrees Fuva is very good. And Fuva is the one thing that destroys this deck. So that's unfortunate. It's like playable, but like not, I don't think it's good. White Forest is basically... White Forest is a little bit like Mermail, where going first, you can cook some crazy endboards with White Forest that most of these decks will not be able to break. But going second, you're gonna struggle a lot. White Forest, similar to some other decks on this list, The only reason I'm putting it into good is because I'm predicting less Stroll and Lockbird. And I think that's big for White Forest. I think if White Forest doesn't get rolled, I think it's pretty good for the deck. Maybe you struggle a little bit too much into an Azuna that can book your tuners depending on how you start. Like, let's say you go LZ, that activates in hand, right? And then you normal summon Sylvie, and then your opponent goes book the Sylvie. But then you can still go, the Sylvie can still grab you Tails, and then Tails can grab you the other tuner, so maybe it's fine. But yeah. Izuna can suck. Why book? Because not everyone is playing Nash Knight with Izuna. But yes, of course, you can also attach the monster, but it doesn't make a big difference for the sake of the argument. It's like the monster is gone. Is Detonator pure Ryzeal, or is it also Mitsu Ryzeal or the Fiendsmith Mitsu? No, that stuff is included in Mitsu up here. I think all Mitsu variants have top tier potential. This is more like Ryzeal variations, whatever it could be that isn't Onomat or Heraldic. And I think that's my first impression of the format right now. I think there's a lot of exciting new decks that you can try out with the new set that look very promising. I think Malice and Mitsurugi are still well positioned, though. I still think they are very much playable. And I think at the moment there's a lot of decks in the format that are just good. Like, not the best decks, but definitely playable if you just want to play them. Which I think is, honestly, it makes it for a pretty exciting format at the moment. I think the new, I think Justice, I'm such a big fan of Justice Hunters because the new decks are all powerful and fun at the same time, while not really like pushing anything out of the format entirely. Like, all of these decks you can still play from previously, and they're not bad now. They're not invalidated by the new decks. And the new decks are also not like miles above the rest. They all have their weaknesses. You know, Vanquish Soul K9 struggles with consistency a little bit. Yami is actually kind of surprisingly breakable. Dracotail is powerful but fair at the same time. So like, none of them, each in their own ways, none of them like completely invalidates all the older decks. I think it's a really cool set. I think it's an awesome format. I think it's looking really fun. Anyways, I'm gonna go play Master Duel now and play some Ryzeal and Malice because Worlds is coming up. Can't actually play too much of this format, but I hope you enjoyed the little bit of a format talk and tier listing. But yeah. Where is Tenpai? Also in Master Duel. All right, I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, so what we're doing now is I want to make Master 1. I don't know if we can make it today because we only have 90 minutes left. I talked about TCG longer than I wanted to originally, but I just think it's fun to talk about Justice Hunters format. So my current task in Master Duel is to kind of figure out not just one of these, because the thing is, like, this year's World Championship, the format is weird in a way, like, because everyone kind of knows what the best decks are, but I have to figure out exactly how I like those decks, like which lists I like and how to play those and how to play against them. So I think the best approach is probably to just like play each of the best decks a little bit, because so far the biggest and most popular lineups were always Malice plus Ryziel plus whatever, right? That's what everyone's been doing. In the Challenger Cup last Friday, or even in the, there's another tournament going on that I'm participating in actually, which is T2 Trials, which is like a team tournament where there's like, it's like a group stage, and there's a match every week. And I've been playing that as like a Worlds prep. I've been making a team with Ben and Zio from Raid and Trade. And everyone's just doing Malice plus Ryziel plus whatever, right? Malice plus Ryziel plus Mermail. Malice plus Ryziel plus Memento. Malice plus Ryziel plus whatever. So like, the thing that we need to do as a team for Worlds is like understand how do we want to build Malice, how do we want to build Ryziel, and what is the best third deck. And the third deck could be a lot of different things. And I'm talking, of course, and then after that, we also have to find secondary decks. But I'm yapping too much. Let's just play some Ryziel first. I hope a team joins that doesn't run both Malice and Ryziel. I don't know about that. How do you fix the non-engine sharing problem? I mean, I don't know, you don't really have to, I think. Let's be honest, Malice and Ryziel were never cool decks. They were just less obnoxious than Snake Eyes. I think there's a little bit of truth to what you're saying. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gradually been getting better since 2024. And so I think Ryziel and Malice are less cool than the stuff we have right now in Justice Hunters. The weird thing here is that the plugin does not actually play around Nibiru right now because I don't have a Ryziel, because I did this with the Sharks. But I guess I'll just go Ice. But I already have Tachyon. So I'm gonna 7th Tachyon for X Ryziel. Unfortunately, gonna lose a Veiler for it. I think Ryziel is fine. I don't really have an issue with Ryziel, but I do think it is true that in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's that interesting. Especially after Star Ryziel. All my homies hate Star Ryziel. Add an extra follow-up because we already have everything. And then... I'm a little scared because they haven't done anything. Because, I mean, Ryziel is pretty weak to board breakers, all things considered. This format allows you to play rogue decks again. Yeah, as long as you don't queue into Malice. Why Baguska over Starleash? Because Baguska most of the time makes your opponent do this. By the way, is this Synchro Cup basically just like another Duelist Cup? Like it's like stage 1, stage 2, right? Yeah. Is it fun? Because I don't really want to... I don't really want to play it. Not because I think it's not going to be fun, but mostly because I just want to focus on Worlds. Judeo is having a good time. Yeah, but that means nothing. Judeo had a good time during Tenpai Duelist Cup. It means nothing. I knew they already had it. Why I didn't ash the High Spirits. Because they always already have it. When a monster declares... If a monster is banished face up, banish this card from your field or grave. Special a light spellcaster from hand or grave whose attack equals its own defense. If a monster is special summoned by your opponent's activated monster effect, you can banish this card, special summon... Okay. I think I can just start with this. If this is fusion duplication, it could be a problem. Why does this allow you to put it on top of the deck instead? I know why. Don't give me the Nurge answer, but like it's so annoying because what if you misclick? Has any of you misclicked on 7th thingy? I'm sure someone has. Don't really need the aggregator here. Could get the additional material. What do you have, dude? I need to know. If I search star, they know I have ice. I think it's fine. Super Poly is not even live yet, I don't think. Okay. So last turn they decided to not Book of Eclipse my Imperm. Because they could have. I guess they didn't need to because they already had the branded fusion. But this works? Oh, I didn't realize I should have done this first. That's very funny. I didn't realize that. That is funny. Oh, I could have done so much better then. I should have gone ice, special node, send duo drive to revive, then go cross, shuffle back duo drive. Oh, dude, I had such a sick line if I knew that. I didn't know that was how it worked. Okay, well, I guess we're just going for cross. And I think we just make big detonator. This searches a pyro. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, it's just... I should... How much defense is the... 1,000. Alright. Thing is, normally Baguska is really good against... Baguska is really good against this deck. But then my cross isn't live. Oh no, my cross will be live. Because this will be flipped up. Yeah, I can make Baguska. So this is fire, so I should leave. Yeah. Hallo. Hallo. Something about your opponent having to discard their hand with Allura is so satisfying. Like, even if they draw a dark there, they probably can't win, but it's just so satisfying. Is cross life while you have a booked Rise Elixirs? No. It needs to detach from a Ryzeal Exceed, and the face down does not have that name. If I draw like this all the time, I think this deck's pretty good. Oh, never mind. Oh. Normal summon ice. Oh, they have a solemn card. Okay. They have a solemn card. They also have a maxi card. Can this resolve, please? Nope. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well then. Terrorist Ryzeal? Oh, like you mean Ryzeal with traps? Yeah. Maybe. Well, the thing is, if they have a Solemn, at least they won't draw a card for my Exceed. If they Solemn it. Oh. And then, they have one new card of the Maxi now? And I have 2 interruptions. I should be fine. Copium. They didn't draw Ice plus X. That one. I'm using Imperm first here, which is risky. But I want to... If this is called by, I can now Veiler more safely. Because if I Veiler first and then they called by and then... You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying. Because technically, like, keeping Imperm could have been good for my next turn, but... Ooh, that's a good draw. Hello, X-Ryzeal. Ooh, they have no other Solemn, at least not Solemn Warning. Or Solemn Judgment. That's Imperm, it's fine. Hello. I'm better than you. I drew more Ryzeals. That's right. Any thoughts on Tenpai Striker in Master Duel? I mean, it's gonna be very good against Ryzeal and very bad against Malice. Dude, these hands. think they have Ash. I'm not going to chain block this because I want them to Ash it, even though they're not going to. Hello? My connection fine? Is stream still here? Bro, come on, man. That was my rank up game. It was going so well. Nah, dude. I definitely win that. Damn it. I would have smashed the PC on the spot. You would have smashed your PC because you disconnected on one game? Okay. Okay, no. No, 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 no. Not 2 in a row, though. Stop! Not when I'm winning! Oh, man. Huh? It's not my internet, because like my bitrate is completely stable right now. I can see it. I have dropped 0 frames. Ah. They ashed my ice Ryzeal. I'm good. It's good. It's good I'm going first, by the way, because I would have been so pissed if the 58 card deck had answered my maxi. Dude, please. Hello. slow play warning? No, I'm appealing. I'm appealing the slow play warning. It's not my fault. We no play event? No, we play World Championship. So we got to play rank. What's happening? It's been like this for a month? No! It's been like this for 10 minutes! Wait, that's broken. That gives me trap. I lose 1 material off this, but I think that's fine. We stream YCS Vancouver this weekend. I assume that was a question, but I don't think they stream it, so no. Why do you have more response windows? Alright, we've made it through the first turn. This time, at least. I'm gonna max C and draw phase to maybe get them to concede. Because I'm scared. Hey! Let's go! Bad connection outplayed. Okay, let me restart Master Duel, dude. Holy shit. I don't even know if it's I don't know if it's a restart issue, but they were probably so pissed because I was taking so long, but it was not my fault. Hello? Not a good sign. It's not a good sign, y'all. That does not help. Wait, it's fine now. Why was it like 50%? Okay, well that works now, I guess. Reboot. Yo, Biohazard. Thank you for the 10 gifties. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying the subs because you certainly are not enjoying the Master Duel gameplay. Because I... Okay, well... But this is content? Yeah, no, it's... yeah, it's definitely one way of making content, I suppose. Even Master Duel knows how good TCG format is, so they're like, you know what? Go play TCG. Does anyone else have this issue right now? Like, literally the game being unplayable? I did yesterday. Yes. Most of you guys are saying no, but I don't know. I've never had it be this bad. I've had like a disconnect and then afterwards it was fine. But I've never had this happen. I am restarting another time. I don't think it's my internet because the stream is doing completely fine. I've had times where my internet was bad and then my stream would die. But like it's I'm able to maintain a stable bitrate right now and nothing, you know, no problems. So it cannot be that. Maybe the ghost trick wallpaper is the one that lets us in. Time to check some TCG. I mean, the thing is, we did spend like 3.5 hours talking TCG, and that was fun, but ultimately, we have to submit deck lists for Worlds in 2 weeks. And of course, we're doing a lot of prep off stream as well. But I did actually want to climb today. I did actually want to climb to Master 1 or closer to Master 1 today so I can like play some higher quality games as well. Just when any of the other 2 are not available. So just let Emre decide your decks what could go wrong. Oh yeah, nothing was going to go wrong. It's just one of us has Blue Eyes, one of us has Flu, and one of us has Stun or some shit. I'm sure it's going to go great. Evil Swarm. I mean, I guess we can talk about some stuff while we wait, because I literally have nothing else planned for today. I want to play Master Duel. So while we wait, I guess. Nintaro, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back to month number 22. You tried turning it on and off again? Well, I've closed Master Duel and rebooted it. I can't really restart my PC right now. Because then my stream is gone. We can always make up Master Duel games in our minds. Okay, I normal summon Dormouse. I scoop. Okay. It's funny how half of you said, or like a third of you said Max C, the other third said Lancia, and then the other third said I scoop. Which is precisely exactly what happens, by the way. Oh! When you normal summon Dormouse. Oh, team registration for WCS is closing soon. Yeah, I know! That's why I'm trying to play the game. Hacker man, I'm in. It's so slow, man. All right. $50. Oh, I should not have looked at their deck size. I always do that. I always check, and it always makes me mad. I think I give them one more draw. I think I go normal ice, special star, and then it's a 4 material detonator. All right. The Maxi is active. Oh, my lord. Hello, let me target. No. Ticket. This does not feel winning. I mean, it wins if I disconnect. Good thing I played 2 aggregators. I am playing 1 Lancia for the 7th Tachyon, yeah. Just 1. Whew. Dude, this is extra exciting, because even when you're winning, you might be losing. Oh shit, we're up against Messi. And they have the football mate, so they're probably the real one. Uh-oh. Oh. Dude, my hands are good today. Holy shit. Hello! Gosh. Yeah. Royal. Gotta respect the Royal Ash. Can't negate that. I would like to activate my effect. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Get the ice Rizio, the X Rizio. Ooh, they got Droll? You have Droll and you Ash 7th Tachyon? No, okay. Maybe Fuva. Wawa. Come on, man. Every time? I mean, I guess yes. I guess it is every time, because why would it change? Why would it get better after a chain? Hallo! I'll still called by it, but that had me confused. I don't know what Messi's doing over there. Ah! Hallo! We always have a loss. Remember, we always have a lose condition. Always. Always. We're never safe. All right. Can Messi out a Baguska and a... Ah! No, no, no! Okay. Of course it's Malice, dude. Of course Malice draws Max C, Ash Blossom, Evenly Allure Chessy Cat. No other deck that could tilt me like this. I should not have done this yet. I should have waited until they banished like Dormouse and then I detach Aggregator. That was stupid. They now go for March here. Okay. Could have been March here. Yeah, but then I can still pop it when they banish the March here, you know? All right, Messi, now what? If Messi's a Malice player, what deck would Ronaldo play? I don't know. I might be too powerful. If I can activate my effect, though, it's gonna be really good, trust me. So what's the set card? The set card is not Imperm. The set card is not Impulse. Oh no, I have to be somewhat careful of Nibiru as well. Could be called by. Could be another Evenly. Hello. It's obviously not Mirror Force. That is very inconvenient. That's fine. At least they can't activate the Magnamoot. Or the Marchair, actually. They can't activate either of them. They just have no follow-up. Oh, okay, never. Or you can also just die. That's fine. It's honestly up to you, Malice Duelist. Hey, but you can add a Bestial to your hand in the end phase now. Isn't that cool? What? There's no end phase. There's no end phase if you die? Oh. Didn't know about that. You talk a lot of shit for someone in connection failed distance. Yeah, I could be punished for this any moment now, but that's what makes it fun, no? I could be making fun of someone like crazy and then just disconnect when I'm attacking for game. Like that last game. Yeah, this game is going well with the connection. It's not smooth, but it's better. So, is it gonna be worth it to search Lancia at the end of this? I mean, why not, right? It's 60 cards? Yeah, but like, you know, if it's even if it's branded, like I'm stopping branded retribution. I can't get evenly matched again. Which is good. We can protect from Called by the Grave. On the Ash as well. It's good, I think. You only run one Lancia? Yeah, it's just one Lancia for the 7th Tachyon. And then, I mean, if you play against Malice, you have a chance of drawing it, right? So it's not branded, I don't think. It's Phantom Knight! See? The Lancia's busted! Or... They have to take the Baguska. Why no Pot of Greed coin yet? Because I only see the back of it anyways. And they're the same. Why did the response window thingy go over to them? I haven't selected a target yet. The hell? Dude, we're getting like 1 game per 10 minutes in. Or whatever, but we're winning. What is the target to search Lancia with Tachyon? It's either number C102 Archfiend something or number C104 Ragnafinity. There's no difference. Oh, end phase. Let's go. Bro, I have everything and they passed. Insane. Now don't let me down. Not with this hand. Not with this hand. Come on. Ooh, Vava. Yeah, well, sometimes you draw Ice Ryzeal plus 7th Ascension, and sometimes you draw Plugin plus Plasma Hole. Just wondering, did you already talk about the new killer tunes? Yes, that is all gonna be on the Plus channel today, tomorrow, or you just watch the stream VOD. But yes, we did today. Do you still run plugin Plasma? I do, yeah. I do play them. All right, Ash Imperm, not too bad. I would like to Imperm the sword if I could. I'm using Imperm first here to play around talents. This is risky. If they can still get to Detonator, we might have a problem here, but I don't want to get talents. Because Sword Ryzeal is the worst starter, so unlikely they have X or Ice to extend. They could have had a second sword. That was like the only extender they could have had. But talents is like a real threat, so yeah. Oh, God. Alright. Gonna start with that, because I don't want to start with normal summon sword like they did. I could start with the Ragna Zero, honestly. With the sharks. I think that's legit. Also, Ash wasn't out to their maxi if they have one. Okay, they have Ash, that's fine. I have to decide between normal summon node or normal summon sword. If I normal sword and they imperm it and I special my other sword, I am yeah, that's fine. That works. Yeah, normal sword. Active effect. Yeah. And then I special sword and I go for duo drive. And if they have 2 imperms, then I just attack the sword and I have Ash for their follow-up. Probably fine. Because the thing is, like, Detonator also doesn't really do anything into Imperm. Because they can just Imperm it on their turn and then play. So you might as well duo drive here. And if it's not Imperm, which probably means it's called by the grave. Or plug in Plasma Hole, whatever. So we're gonna go for... I already have Node, but that probably gets called by. So I can't normal summon Ice anymore. I'll go X. How is my boy doing? I'm doing well. I've only lost 1 game because I disconnected, and my connection is being very adventurous right now. Let's call it that. Get that. I got Lancia at 8 games in a row. That's impressive. I just Lancia a Phantom Knight player last game. That was fun. And I beat Messi. And I know it was the real Messi because they had the football mate. Yeah. I don't think it's called by. I think it's just a brick. It could just be a bluff. Yeah, talents, sure. I'm thinking it's more likely it's like plugin or plasma hole. Beansmith Ryzeal, yeah. Okay. It was called by, okay. I guess they didn't think it was worth negating my, or stopping my node. Fair, sure. It was talents. They had talents. Because you know they top decked the track. So they did have talents. So using Imperm over Ash likely won us the game there. Because if they go talents to draw after I Ash the sword, and then they draw tracked plus another card, it might be a problem. King Boohoo! Thank you for the 10. Very generous of you. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Enjoy the gifties, y'all. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Okay, can you load the menu? All right, thank you. Can you Ash every talent effect since it can draw cards? No. They have to choose the one that draws for you to be able to Ash it. Trade offer, you lag but only wins. Yeah, I think it's, I mean, it's kind of stressful, but I mean, we're winning, so that's kind of okay, I guess. I love when that happens. It's so broken when you already have the extenders in hand and they Ash your eyes, right, Zeal, dude? Oh my god. Whee! Purulia is kind of better than Fuva into this deck. Honestly, they are kind of the same. They are kind of the same because both Purulia and Fuva will prompt your opponent to go Detonator Pass. There's not a huge difference between those two. The lag is apparently a cheat code. Dude, it's... I've just been drawing broken ever since I started lagging. Like, look at this hand for going second. Uh-oh. Oh my god, that's so broken. That's so broken because it's a spell I can use for Big Jaws. Oh my god. Maybe, do I grab Lancia? Because I can already play. I could grab Lancia. Yeah, I'll grab Lancia for next turn, dude. For tough times. Just so you know what's about to happen next turn, buddy. Because all I need to do is activate a spell so I can special Big Jaws. Don't maxi me. Damn it. This is a problem. Well, they clearly didn't have Called by the Grave last time. I don't care. I wasn't going to special summon the shark anyways, unironically. I was not going to summon it. I'm just going to go normal summon sword, search follow-up, and then chill with Maxi Lancia next turn. They're not going to get another draw out of me. And the good thing is, I know I'm drawing plug-in, so I have follow-up if the Sword Rise Eel hits the graveyard. I could consider making Baguska, I guess, but I don't think I want to give them another card. So 2 new cards from last turn. This one is not an extender. I'll allow it. Okay. And now what? Oh, I should have Lanciat on summon because now they're gonna get the attack boost, but yeah. So why did they normal summon Fuva? I guess to prompt my Maxi? To chain the Magna to it? But like... Wait, no, but they didn't chain the Magna to my Maxi. They just let it resolve. And then Magna. Eh? They need 3 bodies? Yeah, but they can summon the Fuva later, right? They can start with Magna. Because the thing is, like, if they start with Magna and I Lancia them, they can keep the Fuva in hand for my turn at least. I don't know, man. What can they do under Droll and Lancia? Nothing really. Like the Bestial is not even gonna get a search in the end phase, so they will really have nothing. They can, I mean, yeah, they can clear my monsters. They can go Whitebinder, set MTP, and that's gonna be 1 banish on my turn, is what they can do. I should be beating MTP with plugin though. Oh. Well, now they just have nothing. Guess they can make SP now and GWC back the Whitebinder for a graveyard banish, but like... Oh, okay, Firewall, sure. Firewall for 1 bounce after they bring back Whitebinder. Okay. I mean, I can still call by the Whitebinder just so they don't get the banish. They can still put it back into the zone where the Firewall points, so they will have 1 bounce. So it's not like... This is not terrible either. Oh, wait, they can also... They can Firewall add back Max C, actually. Maybe I should have played around that. Maybe I should have let the Whitebinder resolve and just called by the Max C. Oh, they didn't do that. Okay. I think that was by far the best play there. I think this 1 bounce of Firewall is never gonna do the same amount of stuff that the thing would have done. Because I'm just gonna go star into cross here, and then they have to use Firewall. Otherwise, it's cooked. Like here, they have to Firewall. Yeah. And just... Okay. Okay, they're going for follow-up, but I don't think that's... Okay, I mean... I think I full clear the board still and have cross for the Bestial, so... I don't think they die this turn, but... Oh, I'm gonna do something cool. Hold up. Now, cool is gonna be highly subjective. Wait. Do I attack first? Doesn't matter. Yeah. Why are you banishing the Veiler? Brother in Christ, you're playing Malice. Yeah, okay, your Druid Swarm is allowed. What the hell? This is so stupid. The craziest part is that that was probably not even optimal. I just did it because I thought it was funny. But because I skipped my next main phase 1, I don't even have game next turn. I have 6,700 on board right now. This is not going to be enough to just win. But I wanted to do it anyways. All right. Oh, man. Jesus. Dude, we win streak 8 even with a disconnect. That was the only loss, right? This one? This one was yesterday. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, I can show you the list. Hold up. This is it. I've been vibing with the Sharks. I think they're good. I think when you play 6 cards, like six copies of Ascension and Tachyon, there's just like so many hands where this thing is just like a free starter that doesn't take up your normal summon. I've been liking it. I really have been liking it. Have you considered Ouroboros? Yeah, I know you can do some crazy stuff with Ouroboros, but like because I'm playing the Sharks and the Lancia, my extra deck is a little tight because I play Masquerade to search the Ryzeals, Ragnar Zero to search the Sharks, and this thing to search the Lancia, so I don't have as much room in the extra deck. I like everything in the extra deck. I don't really make the Banshee as often. That's the one thing you can probably cut. But yeah. Why no more Charmies or Droll? I think Droll is not good in Master Duel right now because it's too targeted at one deck, and there's too many other, like there's Malice is like the thing I'm the most worried about, and so I don't want to play Droll because it sucks into Malice. Mole Charmies you can play. Mole Charmies you can play. Yeah, I took out Zeus and Typhon because they just didn't come up for me. But they are definitely, they're still good. But yeah. Malice draws 3 cards if you don't droll. Yeah, but Malice also wins if you droll them, so what's the point? Like, a Malice combo beats you to death even if you droll them, it doesn't matter. So there's no point. You prevent 3 draws, but you don't beat the board, so what's the point? It's not really great. Sometimes it's good when they start with like Allure of Darkness, and then they banish like Chessy Cat or some shit, and you droll them there, and then they can't like search the field spell or whatever. Like, it can be annoying, but yeah. After Ignister, it's maybe worth. Yeah, I mean, droll is fine in this format. I just think like in this deck in particular, drolling yourself isn't really a thing, and droll is only good against other Ryzeal decks. And if I want to play a card that's only good against Ryzeal, I can play more copies of Talents or Charmies, you know? But yeah. Anyways, y'all, that's going to be it for today. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. We did a little bit of a mix between TCG and Master Duel today. I had fun. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for all the support as per usual. Everyone who subscribed, everyone who followed, I appreciate that a lot. Let me see who's live right now. I can send you guys somewhere. And then I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And I hope you all tune in again tomorrow. I'm not really sure what the plan for tomorrow is. Probably mostly Master Duel because more Worlds prep. But yeah, until then, thank you all for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you guys